Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balanced fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered, which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 376 Knowledge Seekers Workshop for April 15th,
buenas a todos.
2021.
Bienvenidos
This is a
al
broadcast
taller
of the
número
Kesh Foundation Spaceship
376 de los
Institute
buscadores de
Education
conocimiento.
Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today. And as usual in these workshop series, we're joined with Mr. Mayran Kesh of the Kesh Foundation.
Aquí ya nos encontramos con el señor Kesh.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, ready.
¿Está dispuesto a empezar?
Whenever you listen to the series of knowledge seekers of the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute, and we welcome you back in a way to add to the knowledge. Today, we are deeply saddened, and we offer our condolences to the Iranian nation and to the Iranian government and to the Iranian leadership. In a horrific accident in the past few days, Natanz nuclear power station research center, which was to become the center for education in teaching the new space technology, has been damaged heavily. We have lost a number of people, and we offer our condolences to Natanz.
Ofrecemos las condolencias a todo un grupo de personas que trabajaron en el taller que teníamos en Irán y que por alguna razón han fallecido. Aparentemente habrá habido una explosión o algo. Vemos cosas positivas en todo esto negativo que está ocurriendo. Este nuevo conocimiento puede traer una nueva oportunidad para la paz.
Through plasma technology, for Iranian scientists who are devoted to serving peace, becomes, in a way, one step further. I offer my condolences to the families of.
Ofrezco mis condolencias a todas las familias involucradas.
In so many ways, how it has happened, maybe we find a positive move with this, and I advise
posiblemente encontremos algo positivo en este acontecimiento.
To show the what I call beauty of the nation, beauty of humanity. I'm sure
que esto muestre la nobleza y la hermosura de la humanidad.
But in a way, Iran nuclear technology would not stop. The leading scientists in space technology of the nuclear industry, Iran, is on camera, and indeed, humanity. In so many ways, mankind has to still learn what does the nuclear processes mean. What does
la humanidad todavía tiene que aprender a qué es la evolución de la energía nuclear, cómo se producen las interacciones, cómo no se involucran partículas, sino campos de energía. Que nos traen las condiciones de vida. Hay que hilar muy finito para poder entender bien todos estos conocimientos de los campos.
In the background of the Kesh Foundation archives, we made a video like this some times ago. I think we can reach it very quickly.
En los archivos de la Fundación tenemos unos videos donde mostramos todo esto.
This video was made originally a few years ago by knowledge seekers, where we see
Este video fue hecho hace varios años atrás.
become plasma, and then this plasma becomes a source of life, become source of existence. In the
Cómo
process
el
of
plasma
knowledge,
pasa a ser
in the
la
process
fuente
of
de todo
understanding,
esto.
we have referred to the soul of the man to be the sun, to be the center where radiates fields.
Nos hemos referido a cómo el sol pasa a ser el alma de todo esto, el que irradia estos campos de energía.
And in contact and in balancing fields, it becomes the beauty of the
Cómo interrelacionan estos campos de energía,
as we see in this video,
buscan el equilibrio.
magnetic fields coming from a source, the creator, coming from the plasma of the sun, coming from the plasma of the solar.
Y proveniendo todo esto desde el creador, buscan su balance y su creación de distintos entes.
These two rays could be the sperm and the egg.
Esto pasa a ser el esperma y el huevo.
In so many ways, mankind has to understand in these simple pictures, as you see,
La humanidad debe comprender
the sun, the soul radiates out and back to itself.
cómo el alma, el sol,
This picture is very powerful.
irradiando esta energía, comienza todo este proceso.
And somewhere in the middle, can you go back to the picture and freeze it, please? The last picture.
¿Puede volver a la última imagen?
Understand that somewhere in this process, here, or somewhere in this process here, if the strength of the
Como
field
en un proceso, en este punto o en este otro, hay un proceso
where in
de
other
relación.
it's not possible. In so many ways, now the totality of the creation is right in front of us.
Ahora tenemos el proceso de la creación delante nuestro.
We come from the essence of creation, and in the process
Venimos de la esencia de la creación.
We manifest ourselves in different structures and different materials.
Y nos manifestamos en distintas estructuras, en distintas formas.
Now we understand. In a very simple way. And that is, we become in different states of matter, and we go back to it. You look at it always as you
Comenzamos en distintas etapas de la materia y volvemos a ella.
But life exists in both directions, not in one.
Pero la vida
As much as we go
existe en ambas direcciones.
We go on a magnetic way.
Desde la materia a lo magnético y de lo magnético a la materia.
Is there a parallel life?
En la interrelación de uno con el otro.
In the same position as a mirror. We see these in cosmos. We see reflection of the galaxies.
Todos estos detalles lo vemos en el cosmos, reflejado en todos los procesos que se producen en el universo.
Is the soul of the man the reality, or the fake physicality of the man the reality? Is the physicality of the
Debemos pensar qué es la realidad, el alma del hombre o el cuerpo físico del hombre.
In so many ways, mankind, in becoming man of space, has to learn this, has to understand this. Go back to early teachings.
El buscador de conocimiento, tratando de ir hacia el universo, debe comprender esto.
Where we see one sun, and in the horizon of the magnetic fields from another galaxy, we see three. We see this in the northern hemisphere, part of Russia and part of Canada sometimes. the rise of three suns, where one is real and the other
Esto
two
se puede
are the
apreciar
interaction of the fields of
en
the
ciertas zonas del hemisferio norte, cuando a
In this
veces
way,
amanece
it comes to
el
one
sol
point.
con tres imágenes.
Where does your soul sit? Is your soul the center that
Y
by
esto
interaction of
nos
this field
abre los ojos para ver, o para
transformation
tratar de
into
comprender
source,
cómo y dónde se encuentra vuestra alma.
does the physicality reigns back on the soul like the rain does on the surface of the earth when it reaches a certain point? Is the physicality the position of the boundary of the maximum strength that the soul of the man can radiate, and then through the circulation of the fields of the blood returns back to the soul, where in between
Cómo el
we
cuerpo
see
físico se relaciona
the emotion.
con el alma, o cómo el alma se relaciona con el cuerpo físico.
And is this the same when it comes to our Creator, where we come from, and in interaction of our emotions?
Y cuando pensamos en el Creador, ¿cómo es que nos relacionamos con Él? ¿Cómo se interrelacionan todos estos distintos campos?
In the world of creation, everything is the same. In the world of creation, nothing is
En el útero de la creación es todo lo mismo.
in different mass strength and what we call field.
Cómo interactúan los campos de las distintas masas y los campos de energía.
The cornerstone of his strength in traveling the depth of the universe. When we look at this, and we can interpret different view the strength of it, when we become to understand the power of it, then
Cuando empezamos a comprender todo esto, podremos ver su relación con toda esa fuerza, estos campos de energía, esta potencia. Cómo los distintos campos cambian su dirección y potencia y sus fuerzas.
This man has to create a physicality.
Como el hombre en la tierra debe crear las distintas relaciones entre el cerebro del hombre y su entorno. Relacionándose con la limitación del cuerpo físico y la fuerza del alma.
Become educated to understand that the soul of the man is the center of the life.
Debe comprender que el alma del hombre, su alma original, es el centro de todo esto.
And reduction in the strength of the field. The field that can be part of the existence. The fields which can lead to the creation
como los campos de energía que proveen de esta alma y se relacionan con el físico, crean todas estas distintas situaciones de la vida.
Has to be more aware of the process of interaction of the fields of the universe.
Cómo estos campos se relacionan con todo el entorno.
Man has been how these fields in exchange and reduction and interaction with the
Cómo estos campos reduciéndose, irradiando, modificándose, se relacionan. Y de acuerdo a esta relación de las fuerzas magnéticas y gravitacionales, cómo estas relaciones crean las hormonas, el fluir de la sangre, toda esta relación entre el alma y el cuerpo físico. Y cómo nos lleva a la creación de los distintos componentes dentro de nuestro cuerpo.
Your soul's energies to take a new position. You don't want to leave your kidneys, you don't want to leave your heart behind from where you came, and the rest is
cómo no quieren dejar atrás vuestros riñones, vuestro corazón y los distintos elementos que han creado dentro de vuestro cuerpo físico.
In so many ways, the knowledge and the understanding of the soul of the man, the energies and the fields that this
como la comprensión de la relación de nuestra alma original con todos estos componentes del cuerpo físico trabaja. Como la creación del físico relacionado con la parte emocional que relaciona al físico con el alma.
In what positions does the soul of the man, when it radiates, what it leads to? What does it create? What does it
como el alma crea, se relaciona, manifiesta todos estos distintos componentes.
In so many ways, mankind needs to understand the totality.
El ser humano debe comprender todo esto para poder relacionarse con todos estos nuevos conocimientos. A medida que el alma se relaciona con el entorno y con los distintos campos,
this blood circulation leads to creation of engagement and control of the field strength, which from the
cómo
soul
se relacionan
not only the
el alma con el entorno, con los distintos campos de fuerza.
The interaction of it with different fields that mankind might call the sadness, the happiness,
cómo también trabaja sobre las emociones, la tristeza, la alegría.
As a gradient in the strength. And in that process, the knowledge is speaking, the physical, what we call manifestation, sits at the boundary.
Como todo esto se manifiesta en la parte física del ser humano.
Different processes to reduce the strength of the soul of the man to become these emotions. What would they come from? If we look at the construction of the brain of the man, when we look within the structure of the brain of the man, where we said the soul of the man sits within it,
cuando nos adentramos al cómo funciona el cerebro del ser humano, cómo se interrelaciona con el entorno y el alma, crea estas emociones.
In a way, by understanding the strength of these fields, we understand there is a soul which in its attraction of the fields with the soul of the physicality,
comprendiendo estas fuerzas,
lesser strength from the soul
podemos
that the body of the
comprender
man can use.
cómo trabaja y dónde se ubica nuestra alma original.
This brings us to a very important position, an understanding of the creation of the man. Station by station, stepping down, you have the power station, and then you have a substation, and another substation, and another
Cómo
substation.
el alma
Each
va creando las distintas
energy and
etapas
field creates a new
a medida que va creando
dimension.
su
This
cuerpo
is a
físico en
11
el útero de la
kilowatt power
madre.
station, 22, 33 kV, and you go to the main substation, which divides this field, but receives more from the center.
Cómo las distintas
So, has a
etapas
bigger-
son
the soul of
subestaciones
the man within the
de
center
relación de
of the man
uno con el
and
otro,
radiating out
el alma con el
creates
físico.
conditions. And one of these positions, which is one of the first substations, which comes from the interaction of the soul of the man's physicality with the soul of the man itself, is where the body of the man in the center of the brain of the man creates what you call hormones. Hormones.
Cómo el alma va creando las
The
distintas
first,
etapas
one of the first
con su
steps
relación
from the strength of
al
the soul.
alma del físico
But
y va
you have to
creando
understand,
las distintas
as
hormonas
every cell in the universe, every atom in the
que tienen que
universe,
ver
this universe,
con su
has a
relación,
standard size,
con sus
and
emociones.
it becomes electron at a given strength position, and then it becomes a proton or neutron. Now we understand that in this process, receiving a high energy from the soul of the man, having a connection to the emotion, having a
Cómo
connection to the physicality,
estos distintos campos van creando
then you understand
las
what
distintas
some of
etapas
the
de la
most
creación de
important
su
power stations, those which dictate the
relación
existence
entre
of
el
every
físico
soul of
y
the
el
man
alma.
is fed
Esas
by a higher
distintas
order
subestaciones
of
que
the soul
intervienen.
in the shape of what we call hormones to every cell of the body of the man. In so many ways,
Cómo las hormonas
mankind,
intervienen
for the
en
first
la
time,
creación de
now
cada célula
understand
del
the
cuerpo.
process of creation, where this hormone in interaction with a cell on the tip of your toe or a cell on in your heart does not need to create a line of interaction, but the field transfer from the powerful one to the weaker one.
Cómo el alma se
This is
relaciona
how, when we
con una
enter
molécula en la
inside the
punta
field
del
of the body of the
pie
man, we feel the emotion.
o la
Mankind is
molécula en
aware
el
of hormones,
corazón.
which is
Cómo
non-physical.
cada
We
uno
still call the
comprende el
hormones
trabajo
vitamin
de que
D,
debe
the
hacer.
way mankind calls radiations as vitamin whatever B's and E's and whatever else. So in this new understanding of the creation, mankind become to
Cómo las
understand
vitaminas
the interaction of the field of his souls
con que
with
trabaja
every corner of his
el
physicality
alma, con
has
su
one
relación con el físico,
neurosystem which
va
reaches
creando
it,
las distintas
and
etapas.
one soul interaction of fields which comes in a dimension of higher strength plasma to the lower. That is how mankind, in understanding and
Cómo se
opening the space
relacionan las
technology,
distintas etapas de alta
what you call hormones,
fuerza de
what we call
campo
the
con
first
las de
substation
más baja
of the soul of the man,
relación,
to
más
be able to
fuerza de
interact
campo.
with other creatures in the universe. From the hormones down, it becomes the physicality of it. From hormones up to the soul becomes the line of the transmutation and transformation of the knowledge and the physicality in every dominion in the creation.
Cómo las hormonas se relacionan con la parte física para crear todas las distintas partes del cuerpo físico y en el nivel superior cómo se relacionan con vuestras emociones y con tu
Vitamin D,
alma.
which is connected to the amino acid of the highest order gathering fields, and one point of
cómo la vitamina D
information
se
of the
relaciona
state of this planet, it leads to creation of a
con los
specific
campos más
hormone.
altos de energía
In a way,
para ir creando
we
todo
see
esto.
all the hormones are connected with the amino acid.
Como todas las hormonas están relacionadas con los distintos
But they attach
aminoácidos.
themselves to a matter state of this planet. Like
Cómo se relaciona con las distintas
anything you like.
etapas sobre
Sulfur, phosphorus.
la-
Then we see high numbers of
este planeta Tierra.
numbers of every element. 66 or
Cómo se
45.
relaciona con los distintos elementos
If
que
you look at these
componen
figures, it's
la
very
Tierra
powerful.
y su
It has
cuerpo.
to be powerful that in transmutation has the capability to feed immediately to another
Como
component which is made of itself.
La capacidad
This is
del
the
alma
purpose,
puede
and this is the reason why
mutarse
hormones
para
are created.
alimentar cada distinta
When you look
etapa
at
de
the
todo
structure of the
esto.
hormones, when you look at the understanding of the work of the hormones, then you understand why man has a physicality and a soul.
Cuando comprendan esa relación de las distintas hormonas
And one connects to the
y
dimension of
estas
the soul.
crean esa
There is a
relación
border
entre el
barrier
alma y el
in your
físico,
periodic table where we see the change, where we see the conversion and the line of the change from what we call the matter state of this planet to the dimension of the energy and field strength of the soul of the
cómo se relaciona con los campos de energía sobre esta
When you look
Tierra
at the periodic table,
y su relación con
look
los
at
otros
where you
otros
are
campos de
at some
energía.
stage in this environment and where you become the next step into the energy. You become part of the soul. You become part of the soul conformation, which leads to manifestation of the amino acids, creation, and connection.
Cómo el alma
The
se
source
relaciona
of
con los
what we
distintos
call
aminoácidos
universal hormones, universal lines of connection,
y
and
se
the highest
relaciona
order.
con los
When you look at
componentes
the
del
table,
cuerpo físico y su entorno.
so, I've done this research some 14, 15 years ago, and in so many ways had the answer and not led to be able to control
Todo esto de acuerdo a
when you
mis
look at
estudios
sulfur,
que empecé a desarrollar hace más de 15 años
and
atrás.
then look at the chlorine and further up. Up to sulfur, we are more or less equal proton and neutrons. There
Como el
we get
cloro
additional neutron added to it.
y el azufre, cada
Then the
distinto
number of
componente
protons
se
increases,
relaciona con los
which brings
distintos
man in a new dimension of work,
campos
which brings
que
the
relacionan
physicality and the
nuestra
balance in
alma
the
con
life
el
of the
físico.
man in communication with his physicality, totally different way to the embodiment of the life of the man. Maybe for the first time, scientists can understand why phosphor has become the cornerstone of the DNA of the man, where the what you call variation in
Posiblemente los científicos empiecen a comprender cómo el fósforo está relacionado con la creación de todo esto, que se relaciona con los distintos aminoácidos que le dan forma.
In the future, I will explain this more.
En el futuro les explicaré esto en mayor detalle.
Phosphor and sulfur become
Cómo el fósforo y el azufre intervienen en todo esto.
with their different what we call isotopes and we call different plasma energies of the
Cómo los distintos isótopos, que llamamos isótomos, se relacionan con estos campos.
in transmutation and in the division of the cell of the man, where some
Como todo esto
connect to the
interviene en la transmutación y la creación de los distintos componentes.
in that position in the body of the man, we even see
En el cuerpo del ser humano.
as part of the harmonic spectrum of the fields.
y que tiene que ver con todo el espectro hormonal del cuerpo del ser humano.
Totality of the knowledge, you will find hormones which are above gold and plutonium and the rest what we know as a base common denominator. But
inclusive hasta el plutonio interviene
cannot support the
en todo
connection to
esto.
this in a matter state of the physicality of the life of the man on this planet. This is why in the future, when man travels the depth of the space, he can mutate and find position in transmutation of the energies of the man into the new dimension of life.
Por eso en el día de mañana, cuando el ser humano esté en el espacio, relacionándose con todo el entorno, podrá ver cómo se relacionan los distintos elementos con los campos de energía.
So, when we come to a higher order life, in different parts of
cuando comenzamos a elevar nuestra relación con todo este entorno de energía, cómo iremos comprendiendo toda esta relación.
So this allows man to manifest itself in the physicality of the life in any dimension in the universe.
Cómo el ser humano puede manifestarse como ser en estado de materia.
In this process. For the first time, maybe we can comprehend how as beings will transmute and we will transfer our energies from one point to another.
Como seres físicos podremos ir transmutando todos los distintos niveles de su relación con el alma.
In the essence of this source as the amino acid energy.
Cómo se relaciona con los aminoácidos y la fuente creadora.
Our physicality will manifest itself in the dimension of the strength of the fields of the time.
Cómo nuestro físico se manifiesta en estos campos de energía.
Has no limitation even to reach the essence of the
cómo esta relación no tiene límites para lograr todos estos cambios que iremos comprendiendo en la creación y en la comprensión de la división de todas estas etapas.
In transferring and transmuting the energy fields of the universe, he can create hormones to, in a way, be the subdivision of the field strength of the creation anywhere in the universe.
Cómo con vuestras hormonas pueden ir transmutando y cambiando todas las distintas etapas con su relación en el entorno de todo el universo. Cómo esa alma puede existir con toda la fuerza y manifestarse en cualquier lado del universo.
In a way, we can seed, we can create condition of the seeding of the soul and then transmute this soul to any
Debemos concebir cómo esos campos que empieza a generar el alma comienza a crear su propio físico a partir del huevo, los cigotos.
From now on, has to extend to the point that he understands the totality of the process of creation, and this is the purpose of this.
Debe comprender todas las distintas etapas de su creación.
The knowledge of the universe, to create the condition for understanding of the totality. For mankind,
deberá comprender toda esa relación con la totalidad para poder controlar esa transmutación
not just to the physicality of the man, not just with the imagination of something
no
there,
con
what we
solamente
call
su
the
físico,
soul,
sino
and
con
some
todas las
people
distintas
just for
etapas
that
que
reason
intervienen
call it the spirit.
en esa creación,
In the
esa
teaching
transmutación.
interview last night, I explained in a very clearly what you call the soul and what you call the spirit. And for mankind has to understand
Anoche
they
en
have
una
the same
entrevista
soul
expliqué cómo
anywhere in the
es
universe, but
su
they will
relación con
have
su
different
alma y
spirit
con su
according to
espíritu.
interaction of the field of its environment in the dimension of the soul of physicality in respect to the soul. In a way, in a simple language, we call the spirit the soul of physicality, and we call the soul of the man, the son, the creator, the essence of creation.
Cómo llegamos
And in
a
the process
llamar
between the soul and
el
the spirit,
espíritu,
we have what we need or
que
what we
sería
call the substations,
el alma
energy
del
division
cuerpo,
in agreement between the two souls, that what we
y
might call
cómo
hormones or what we might call another process in a division of, in a reduction of, in the interaction of the fields.
el alma original se relaciona entre el alma y el espíritu.
His own creator. In a way, in the essence of understanding, the soul of the man is Adam, and the soul of physicality is the Eve. There is no difference.
Como el alma original es el Adán
In so many ways,
y
mankind
el alma del
has become
físico
mature to
es
understand.
Eva.
Mankind has become
Esa
mature
relación
to
entre uno y otro, entre Adán y Eva.
between the two, with the teaching which has been done in the past few years, through the knowledge which we have transferred. In so many
Deben ir
ways,
comprendiendo todas estas
we see the
enseñanzas
soul
aportadas en los
and
últimos
the
años
physicality take
y que
shape according to the beauty
continuamos
of the soul and
aportando.
the creation of it. In so many ways,
Debemos
we
comprender
use
la creación de
the
nuestro,
dimension of
a
materialistic
nuestra alma.
transmutation and transformation to create the basis for the soul of physicality of the man. Where in the dimension of creation
Cómo esa
of the soul of
relación
physicality of the man, in the balance fields of the
con los
present
campos de
earth
energía van
condition
creando
atmospheric and creation of its
ese
own
espíritu,
amino
esa
acids,
alma del físico.
we find phosphor to be the backbone of what you call the structure of the soul of the physicality of the man or your DNA.
Y cómo ese plasma que estamos estudiando se relaciona con toda esta manifestación del físico, cómo se relaciona con el ARN, con el ADN, todas estas distintas manifestaciones.
In so many ways, the past half an hour of teaching has opened a new door in the knowledge of the creation for mankind.
Deberán comprender cómo esta última hora les ha abierto la visión de toda esta manifestación de la creación a partir del creador hacia lo físico, las distintas manifestaciones e interacciones con los distintos campos de energía.
How to develop and how to reach the understanding of the process of the creation.
Deberán ir comprendiendo las distintas etapas de toda esta creación.
And nuclear understanding of the work of the soul of the creator. In a way, we open the door to knowledge of the creation, and there is no place better than
Estamos abriendo la puerta al conocimiento de esta creación.
Within the structure and the position to be near to the soul of the creator, man needs to understand.
Todo esto para estar más cerca del alma del creador. Ir comprendiendo toda esta relación.
in a way, the soul of the physicality of a fraction or a division of the soul of the Creator. In so many ways, the answer is yes. In so many ways, by reflection of the fields of the strength of source, or what we call the Creator, in interaction with the dimension of the fields of not only the soul of the man, but interaction with the soul of the galaxy, with interaction with the soul of the solar
Deberemos ir comprendiendo la relación entre esa alma del Creador con nuestras almas, con el entorno, no solo de nosotros, sino de cada etapa de la creación del universo, sean galaxias o lo que sea.
Galaxies, universe, and unicorns. We have to understand what strength the soul carries in the position where it interacts with the soul of the environment, which leads to the creation of soul of its physicality. In a way, maybe from now on, the scientists look at the DNA in a totally different manner, not as collection and interaction of 32,000 or whatever, 300,000 combination, but in totality of the field.
Cómo los científicos deberán ir comprendiendo cómo los distintos componentes del ARN y el ADN intervienen en las distintas etapas de esa relación entre el creador, las fuerzas de los campos y la parte física. Como cuando aparece alguna falla genética, habrá que ver cómo se posicionan los distintos aminoácidos para corregir estos problemas.
Amino acid and the phosphor, what is the building block? In a way, when the scientists realize that the phosphor in the DNA of the man is the pillar of the building, and the amino
como el fósforo que interviene en el ADN del hombre es la columna vertebral.
Is when the pillar has a slightly different strength. When the
la columna soporte del ser humano. Como ese fósforo busca el balance de todos los campos de energía, cómo intervienen todas las etapas de las distintas hormonas. Hay que ir comprendiendo estos conocimientos de la totalidad.
But in reality, we have not understood that the coding depends on the strength of the pillar, on the strength of the phosphor which comes from it.
Deberemos ir comprendiendo cómo las distintas relaciones del ADN
the phosphor to be the backbone of DNA and nothing else. And the world of science has not understood this. We do everything
como el fósforo es la parte fundamental de toda esta construcción de relación entre su columna y su relación con todo el entorno y los campos.
It's in a way like what I call the trapeze on a wire. You want the trapeze to stand straight, the ball and the arms stand horizontal. The minute there is a slight movement on the wire, then the whole body has to move to balance it out. That movement of the wire for the trapeze.
Todas estas relaciones podemos compararla con un trapecista, cómo se relaciona el trapecista con las distintas cuerdas su soporte. Cuando se modifica una posición, debe ir corrigiendo su relación con la cuerda que lo sostiene y su entorno para poder proseguir con su relación con esa vida de trapecista.
There is no need for modification, but the actual truth about the structure will stay the same. Man will become peaceful because, in a way, even the essence of peacefulness in man comes within the structure of his DNA in the interaction of the field and the
El hombre deberá ir comprendiendo lo que es la paz, porque está estructurada en su desde su comienzo en toda esta construcción.
We'll understand how in the future, in the depth of space, mankind will become the possessor of the knowledge to create its own DNA.
Cómo el ser humano irá comprendiendo como en la creación de las distintas etapas en el universo tendrá que ver con el entorno de estos campos de energía y su relación con ellos.
But in the essence of the strength of the soul of the man, I can change my color the way I like. This is the way the whole creation exists in the universe. We don't have clothing manufacturing in the universe. We don't have chemical
relacionarse con los distintos colores, distintas manifestaciones.
The travelers of the universe has reached to the level that they understand the change in the strength of the soul at given point in interaction with the environment, and the desire of the soul of physicality will give the man the dressing of the universe.
Como el alma original se relaciona con ese entorno y el alma del físico va modificando su relación con el universo y su entorno.
If you want to be my lover, you see everything I have. If I'm in public, in the creation of dimension of the soul of the hormones and understanding of it, I cover myself that I'm not visible to you because it's not in the
cómo se va manifestando en sus distintas etapas de su relación amorosa con todo el resto.
We don't carry not only the material, we don't carry any clothing for you because now you understand how to clothe yourself. In a way, in the ancient time, when the Muslims came to Iran, they asked the men of Russia to cover their women. And the response was simple. We cover our eyes that our women are free. In a way, we create that dimension in our own soul. That in so many ways, we create.
Todo esto tiene que ver con por qué los musulmanes cuando entraron en Irán le pidieron que las mujeres se tapen totalmente. Para que no se pudiese ver ninguna parte del físico.
In man's understanding. But the biggest problem for knowledge seekers and the scientists of the man is how to feed the soul of the man and how to allow the soul in what strength to release fields that leads to the creation of what the man wants to be. Manifestation of the physicality, creation of the hormones to create
el ser humano deberá ir comprendiendo cómo su alma original se va relacionando con su alma del físico y que va creando las distintas etapas de esa relación.
Within the soul of the interaction of the life, I showed this in the life of Naomi. None of you have realized how we gave life back to this beautiful woman. Because we used the strength of the soul and not the strength of the amino acid. The doctor said that the brain is like being put in a mixer for 10 minutes to the father. And now we see we have created a perfect brain that no one can even see the deviation, because we use the dimension of the soul to interact and provide the strength of the love of the Father to create the brain, because he was the seed of the Creator. This is the knowledge which is hidden.
Cómo el Padre va creando
This is
con
the
esa,
knowledge that today we
esos campos de energía las distintas etapas
This is the
de la
knowledge
mujer,
that
la belleza de la
create
mujer.
his own brain anywhere in the universe, irrespective of the place, the time.
Y cómo esa relación del alma del
In so many
hombre
ways, as I
con
said, as we go deeper in
el
the teachings,
entorno va creando todas las
the
distintas
hidden knowledge of
etapas
the universe is for the
con que
man
se
to
afronta.
understand the totality.
Es todo esto para comprender la totalidad.
We are the part of the creation who understand the process of creation.
Somos parte de esta creación.
We are
Deberemos ir comprendiendo todo esto.
that we share knowledge unconditionally now that the man has matured to understand the totality.
Yo iré compartiendo con ustedes
So many
todos
ways,
estos conocimientos para que
Mankind
pueda ir
needs
progresando en
more
esa
time
comprensión.
to himself to understand what kind of man this mankind is to be kind of.
Cómo el ser humano deberá evolucionar
The knowledge of
a ese
creation
ser
is simple.
perfecto.
If man takes the prejudices of knowledge and creates limitation for his own intelligence.
Cómo el ser humano debe ir progresando en su inteligencia.
Look at the soul on the screen and notice
Miren
what emotion
esta imagen del
you want to exist in,
alma
what
proyectada.
hormone you want to carry, and create a condition for its existence. Where
Y cómo esta debe crear la imagen de su existencia.
Soul's energy to different parts of your existence. You decide the position of the helix and the position of the arms of your amino acid in direction.
Como vuestra alma decide qué lugar ocupa cada componente del físico, cómo se relaciona una cosa con la otra.
In the dimension of the soul and create any color, any race, any beauty of the creator.
Como el alma puede crear cualquier color, cualquier raza, cualquier combinación.
The soul of the man, in understanding of totality, will decide its point of manifestation.
Cómo se manifiesta con esta combinación del todo.
And how you're going to look, test your strength of understanding of the knowledge and see in what strength and division and the interaction of the hormones of your body you want to manifest yourself. Can you become a flower and the next to become life? This should be very much what I call a sandbox for mankind to start to understand. Can I become
Como cada alma
peace?
está en ese arenero, construyendo todos los distintos componentes, su parte física, su relación, su parte emocional. Y debemos comprender que el único que puede castigar al hombre es el hombre mismo.
As I always said, I teach and I show according to the understanding of those who are near me and those who understand the knowledge. You cannot teach more has the comprehension of
Yo
understanding.
les iré enseñando de acuerdo a vuestra comprensión, vuestra relación con todo este entorno
Hold the hand.
de enseñanza.
Totally. You see
No
the
podré enseñarles más
hand rise and
que lo que
up.
puedan comprender los que están más
Now it has reached the point that the man
enfocados en todo esto.
that the man needs to understand the totality of the creation of the soul of
El hombre debe comprender la totalidad de todo esto.
what we call the DNA, and then creation of the cell, and the totality of the manifestation of the
Cómo se relaciona con el ARN, el ADN y cada célula de su cuerpo.
In a way, you can sit in a chair, or you can be a man on that chair in 1 second. And with understanding of the transmutation of the fields and the strength of interaction, you become the bird on the same chair or the lion. Or, if you choose, you can manifest yourself by changing a slightly second layer of the field of strength.
Debe venir aprendiendo cómo se pueden manifestar, sentados en una silla interactuando, o puede ser un pájaro que vuela. Puede inclusive crear alguna enfermedad para poder limitar vuestra vida.
How I look in that time, how you will look when you arrive in that place and position. In a way,
como el ser humano al ir al planeta Zeus podrá manifestarse.
I have hidden this knowledge in the teachings of the past, but for the first time,
Yo he escondido todas estas enseñanzas en las distintas enseñanzas aportadas anteriormente.
I explain as part of the defense technology what we call the manifestation of physicality in a different dimension and direction. If you go back,
como todo esto está oculto en la manifestación de las distintas etapas.
Hidden way, we created what we call magnetosphere around it,
en la cual el alma se manifiesta a través del cuerpo físico.
Secondary field inside, we can create another zone around it, where this first zone was, for example, going clockwise, and the second zone anti-clockwise.
Como el alma puede ir creando las distintas zonas, distintas etapas
will be reflected back
de esa manifestación.
The zone as there's two different directions. Now that you understand the operation and what I just explained, your soul can create this new atmosphere of the position and the place where you want to be. And through it, you shall see the manifestation of that place and point with your visual eyes.
Como el alma puede manifestarse en las distintas relaciones, distintas etapas de todo ese entorno que querrá vivir.
You can see how you will look in the new dimension and direction on this planet without moving to another position, without traveling the span of the universe, without becoming involved and entangled with what we call different sources of energies in the universe.
Como ustedes podrán manifestarse aquí en la Tierra sin necesidad de recurrir a viajar en el universo. Como toda esa comprensión, esa relación de los distintos entornos y etapas podrá manifestarse.
Your life, your cycle of life is another layer on the dimension of the creation of the life, of the transmutation of the fields of the plasma of the soul. Your life is another layer in the layer of that onion which is just grown from inside out, and the center is soil, stays the creation.
Como la manifestación de cada uno de ustedes pasa a
In so
ser
many ways, your ancestors,
esa capa
the knowledge,
que
what they
conforma
heard, what they've seen, sits within these layers. That it reflects, in essence, then
esa
creating
cebolla
your life.
del universo. Cada uno de ustedes se interrelaciona con todo el entorno y pasan a ser parte de él.
In so many ways, in the history of what your ancestors was. If you understand this knowledge, if you understood the effect and the work of the plasmatic hormones, then you understand how mankind has access to the totality of the knowledge. As, in fact, where you lived and you go to
Como vuestra relación con las distintas hormonas que componen vuestro entorno, vuestro cuerpo físico y su relación con el alma, pueden relacionarse con todo el entorno.
And I feel the strength of the hormone of the man cycle on this planet as it is, but parallel with it, you carry the cycle of the soul of the creator with it. So the life of the man at this point is the connection and the interaction and the manifestation
Como la manifestación de la vida del ser humano está relacionada con esa alma del creador y se manifiesta en las distintas formas y etapas.
What we call the knowledge of creation, and becomes mature in the totality of understanding of the creation.
Cómo va madurando todas estas distintas etapas en la comprensión de esa relación.
Is from me and is within me and is created by me in different strength. In a way, when we say we put 2 reactors in the lab with different strength, and then when we introduce a 3rd position reactor, will lead to the manifestation of the matter. Is this, on the other hand, the field strength from the soul of the creator? This, on the other hand, is the field from the soul of the DNA of the man? And is this the condition, atmospheric condition of the earth, which in interaction of the 3 with 1 leads to the creation of the man itself? Now we understand the totality of the process of
cómo el alma se va relacionando con las distintas etapas del entorno en que se encuentra, va creando cada eso de su vida. Cómo se manifiesta su cuerpo físico en este entorno.
But that point itself came from and is the destined point from the interaction of the soul of the creator. I made man in the image of myself as my soul is within the creation.
Como el alma con su relación con el creador, por eso manifestamos, he hecho al hombre a mi imagen y semejanza, demostrando esa relación entre uno y otro.
Maybe in understanding this, mankind opens new dimension and direction.
Posiblemente el ser humano, comprendiendo todo esto, pueda abrir nuevas puertas al conocimiento. Todo esto saliendo de la esencia del Creador.
You elevate yourself to be on the path, on the way to understand the totality of the creation. In understanding the punishment of the man, what you call hell, is not receiving the love and the knowledge of the Creator. And there is no punishment worse than this. In the doldrum of the ignorance, those of you who enlighten to understand the totality will enlighten to understand the path to the Creator, where there is no time, there is no space gap, and there is no place, as the totality is itself the creator, as in essence we all came and we all come from the same source.
Todos provenimos
In so
de
many
la
ways,
del
mankind needs to mature into
primer
this knowledge.
punto inicial, que
In
es
a
el
way,
creador.
mankind needs
Debemos
to
ir comprendiendo
understand
esa
the
relación con
totality
el
of the knowledge
creador,
by itself. In a way,
saber cómo poder
maybe
relacionarnos con todas estas distintas
again, I'm
etapas.
repeating many times, man become mature to understand the whole knowledge of the creation from the
¿Podrá el ser humano ir
creator,
comprendiendo todo esto
manifestation,
para ir creciendo en esa
structure
relación?
of the hormones, of the energies, of the embodiment of the
Cómo las distintas hormonas relacionan
maybe
o se
mankind
relacionan
become
con la parte
kind of
emocional
man
y del cuerpo
that
físico.
he sees no different kinds within the structure of the creation of the creator. Many of you
Como esto está relacionado a los
struggle
campos de
in
energía.
the physical life because that's the path you have chosen to mature yourself. Many of you in a coming time will mature to the
Este es el camino que han elegido para ir progresando en este
but in
andar en el
mankind
universo.
will stay perfectly in tune and reaches the point of maturity when his soul
Cómo irán madurando en esta comprensión.
that his soul of physicality become mature enough that it become independent physicality. Where
Podrán
the soul of physicality becomes
convertirse en un ente
where
independiente.
there is no manifestation of physicality to confirm the existence. And this is the way
Y poder confirmar vuestra existencia en las distintas formas.
the newer structure shall take place. We are wise in all knowledge, but we are much wiser in understanding that the child needs time, place, and the development in understanding.
Seremos más sabios en toda esta
And
comprensión.
in a way, for man to become kind enough, to become the kind of man, to become the kind of creator. In a way, mankind is a kind of creator, but man is not
Como el ser humano irá comprendiendo que él pasa a ser un creador también.
Maybe many of us will become mature to this point. Maybe
Posiblemente muchos de nosotros iremos comprendiendo todo esto y podemos madurar para comprender esta totalidad.
Maybe one day mankind will become mature to the totality of understanding.
Posiblemente el día de mañana el ser humano comprenda todo esto para evolucionar en esta cadena.
The magnetic field of the field of the creator creates a path for manifestation of the physicality.
Como el creador crea las distintas etapas de esta manifestación del ser humano, del cuerpo físico. Irá comprendiendo toda esta relación con todo el entorno, toda la totalidad de este conocimiento.
Maybe in essence, we need to mature into this. We need time. We have to take time to mature into this, to understand the essence of our own creation, to understand the essence of existence, to understand the totality.
Deberán ir comprendiendo las distintas etapas de esta maduración,
And we go back.
de esta evolución.
If we go back to the last picture of the plasma, please. Now we understand we are always within. We are always part of, and we never been left alone.
Si volvemos a la imagen original del plasma, podemos ir comprendiendo, comprendiendo que siempre estamos dentro de esta relación, esta evolución. Siempre volvemos al Creador.
Change the name to the soul of the Creator. Change the name to the soul of the man.
Podrán cambiar el nombre del alma del ser humano, el alma del Creador, pero siempre volver a lo mismo. Como los campos de toda esta evolución siempre están volviendo al comienzo.
In different time and position, but in fact is all the same and all take the same path, the same way, and the same direction, and the same manipulation of the fields we come from, and we...
Como el alma proviene del alma original, cómo se relaciona con el entorno y cómo siempre vuelve al origen. ¿Cómo se relaciona con ese origen? ¿Cómo se relaciona con el entorno de ese creador? Con los distintos campos, pero siempre vuelve a la primera manifestación. Ustedes se convierten en esa hormona, en esa fuerza creadora.
One day, you will reach the soul to reign back on, to become part of the soul of the
Posiblemente el día de mañana podrán evolucionar y lograr ser esa alma que vuelve al origen.
Once you understand the knowledge of the creation, once you understand the process of the manifestation,
una vez que comprendan esta relación con la creación, esa humildad de la creación, esa relación, tendrán la posibilidad de crear.
In so many ways, mankind needs to be the kind of man that understands the kind of creator he has come from, generous, omnipotent, and forever forgiving.
El hombre deberá comprender que en esa relación humilde tendrá siempre esa humildad del Creador, ese amor del Creador. Siempre volverá a esa etapa inicial de la fuente de la creación.
That, in a way, leads the totality of the creation in the universe in one dimension, in one direction, one dominion, to understanding of the totality of the creation. That's it. are those souls who understand. Today's teaching is extremely heavy for those of you who are too physical to understand the interaction. But in time, you or maybe your children will become to mature to understand the knowledge. As I was told, don't say you don't understand. You understand.
Espero que comprendan estas enseñanzas de hoy y que posiblemente ustedes o sus hijos comprendan todo esto.
What I call devotion. It needs detachment to be able to take part and be part of this process of creation. We have chosen, as I said, the path to the direction of the motion to understand the creation. And you started this.
Hemos elegido este camino para comprender esta evolución, esta devoción al cambio para el bien de todo esto.
That this way we are start to understand it does not matter in what state of the matter we manifest ourselves, we are all in totality created from the same essence and from the same soul.
Todos deberán comprender que no importa en qué etapa de evolución están, todos provienen de esta misma creación.
When man understands this, man puts away his animosity and his prejudices, as he is proud to be part of the respect of color, race, and religion.
Deberá dejar de lado todos esos prejuicios.
But which part of the universe he decides to manifest or find home for his soul to manifest itself.
¿Qué punto tomará para manifestarse de ahora en más?
And in a way, through the lack of understanding of their own position, they find a position to protect of their own ignorance. Mankind has to put his racism.
Deberán encontrar ese punto de manifestación.
Now that we open into the space of universe, and most of the people of the universe have no religion because they know the path to the Creator. How would they handle their new position? Are they atheists, or are we become ignorant of the truth? Is there a religion in the dimension of the universe, in the universal community, or this has been a step for the man to mature itself to understanding, and in a way blocking himself to understand the totality of the creation? One of the first things which man will find out when he becomes a child of space, that there are no religions, because all religions, what we call, is the understanding.
El hombre deberá comprender que no existen religiones distintas. Hay que ir comprendiendo esta relación con el campo de energía y el creador. Es parte de él.
And in that path, has the religion been what we call phantom understanding of the truth by the man himself?
Deberemos ir comprendiendo que las religiones han sido un fantasma que nos ha ocultado un montón de cosas. Debemos ir comprendiendo esta relación y progresar nuestros conocimientos.
This is the reason that in the coming weeks and on, we call for peace amongst men as they understood, hopefully, part of the teaching of today and understand that all come from the soul of the Creator. And in that process, he's never been any different in his strength and love to his Creator. Maybe it's time to take man down in the path of peace to a new understanding of the totality of the creation. Maybe we are reaching the point that mankind will stop in the path of destruction of his own soul and the soul of the others, that all are created from the same creator.
Irán comprendiendo cómo el ser humano
Who carry the true love of
interviene en todas estas distintas etapas y evolución para volver al Creador.
time as you fail, you leave. As you fail to understand the totality of what we call the essence of the creation to be one, you shall not be able to serve as you take prejudices in respect to others and yourself and separation from your soul of physicality. And in that process, once you reach that point of attachment, as I said many times, members of the Universal Council will shine like stars because they reflect the light of the Creator in action with the field of their souls, as the earth shines when it interacts with the fields of the solar systems of the soul of itself. As mankind will see
Cada uno de ustedes en su relación con el entorno irán comprendiendo cómo en las distintas etapas van brillando de distintas formas, como lo hace la Tierra con su entorno, y va mostrando las distintas formas y etapas de la vida de la Tierra.
Physicality of the man is taken in the essence of the soul of the creation and the creator and itself. It manifests itself at this point in time.
Cómo el ser humano se manifiesta en las distintas formas y etapas de su vida.
Why I have taken the position and the Earth Council as the dimension of physicality brings and gives rise.
Porque cada uno de ustedes ha tomado distintas posiciones en toda esta comprensión y su relación con el Consejo Universal.
As I could take place in the place of the position of Universal Council as a member of the universal community within the structure of the soul of the council. Maybe many of us will become wise as we become more knowledgeable and understand our truth. We become more humble to let the others to elevate themselves.
A medida que vayamos comprendiendo todos estos conocimientos, pasaremos a ser mucho más humildes y comprensivos de esta relación. Como iremos madurando para pasar a ser miembros de este Consejo Universal.
Maybe that's the point where we achieve the true world peace, not amongst the men, but all.
Posiblemente este sea el punto donde logremos esta paz mundial, superar todas estas situaciones.
Understanding of condition in a physical dimension or the soul, or is there any place in the life of the man or the present line of thoughts in theology, where in theology exists dogma, stopping man to understand the totality. I hope today's teaching
Como cada uno de ustedes deberán ir comprendiendo esta totalidad.
brings you many understanding. And I hope today's teaching has opened your eyes in new
Y
ways.
espero que esta enseñanza de hoy haya abierto vuestros ojos para comprender todo esto.
In so many ways, we go further to understand the totality. In a way,
Muchas formas iremos progresando para comprender toda esta totalidad,
existence in all dominion and
esta existencia de cada uno de nosotros con este entorno.
Maybe mankind become wise to understand the process of the creation for the first time.
Posiblemente el ser humano vaya comprendiendo todo esto para aportar a esta evolución.
Many of us will find a path to be able to feed our souls. Maybe
podremos encontrar un camino cada uno de nosotros para alimentar nuestra alma.
If you understood the process of the extension and existence of hormones, and then RNA, and then the DNA, and then the cell of the
cómo nuestra alma se relaciona con las hormonas, con el ARN, con el ADN, para ir creando este ente. Su interacción entre el físico y su alma original.
Comes from the soul of the and in so many ways both and in so many ways
estas enseñanzas de hoy proviene de la esencia de la creación.
Maybe in coming time mankind matures to understand the totality, and
posiblemente el ser humano comprenda esta maduración.
To be the children who we lost. Or we understand through the process that through the soul of the man, we never die. We have never lost a child and we never lost a father. And in so many ways, maybe mankind become mature enough to find the Father as the creator. It's always been with the man. And the man as a child has chosen the path of play to find, maybe to mature, to add to the knowledge of the Creator, become the Father and Son.
Como cada uno de ustedes también aportará a la evolución del Creador. Cada uno ha de ir evolucionando y aportando a todos estos conocimientos, a esta evolución. Cada uno de nosotros pasa a ser constructor de esta creación. Deberán comprender vuestra existencia para aportar a esta creación.
Would like to elaborate your understanding of today's. How do you feel? How much of it have you understood? And how much of it has enlightened you to become the path, to find your way to the path of the Creator? If you're ready to go for a break and come back, and as usual, take over and find the hand that you can raise. Maybe this time raise your hand to your soul and not to the dimension of physicality. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Gracias, señor Kesh. Y él ha manifestado que cuando volvamos a hacer preguntas, podrá alguno aportar su comprensión de toda esta enseñanza.
And I'll open up the hands to be able to raise your hands and have questions from your soul to Mr. Kesh. Okay, thank you.
Podrán aportar sus preguntas de vuestra alma hacia el señor Kesh. Podrán levantar vuestras manos para hacer estas preguntas.
Okay, here we are back at the 376 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And Mr. Kesh, are you ready to begin again?
Yes, ready, willing, and able, I hope.
Okay. Perhaps before we have a hand up here and a question in the Q&A. There's something I'd like to bring up, which I was kind of looking in the Wikipedia when you were talking about phosphorus, and I looked at this image of phosphorus, and I'd like to show that, and maybe you could comment on it if it spurs you to suggest anything. So this is the structure of what's called the P4 molecule, which is phosphorus 4. It's the gas, and I thought it was a perfect symbol in a way, because you've shown the tetrahedral configuration many times, and the power of that is known, and you talked about the free plasma in the center of this configuration. We have 4 golden balls in a way like the plasma that you're drawing the picture of. Each one of these could be considered a plasma. Could you just comment on phosphorus and its importance, and is this structure itself important?
¿Puede comentar sobre esta configuración del tetraedro y las plasmas libres?
And in so many ways, phosphor and its interaction with the sulfur is part of
La relación entre el fósforo y el sulfuro.
If you look at the plasmatic condition of sulfur and phosphor, you'll find the interaction and the presence of both sulfur and magnesium leads to the creation and absorption of the fields, which then become calcium, which become the center of every cell of the body of
Podremos ver cómo el potasio, el azufre y el magnesio se interrelacionan y forman los campos de la creación de todo.
Process in the thymus allows the field radiation to and for elements of the field of the phosphor and the sulfur in the digestion system of the man to lead to the magnetic gravitational field of absorption and creation of what we call vitamin D, especially D, which in essence allows the bone marrow to create a condition of the pull of these fields in the essence of the totality for the intestine to release plasmatic fields in the strength of the calcium that in passing through the wall of the intestine into the lymph and then the passage through the bone to convert them in the bone structure into the calcium and the seed of what we call every cell in the body of man. There is not a single cell in the body of man which does not have calcium as a center. And this has a reason. And in that process, if you look in the background, backbone,
Cada célula del cuerpo tiene en su centro un calcio, y esta relación con el potasio, el azufre y el magnesio crea en los distintos huesos largos del cuerpo humano la transmutación de los elementos. Pero lo básico es este calcio que tenemos en nuestro cuerpo. Recordemos que nuestro cuerpo tiene un 1,5% de nuestro peso es calcio y está relacionado con cada célula, cada molécula dentro de nuestro cuerpo.
Thymus and thalamus together work within what they call another gland inside the thalamus and inside the thymus to create the condition of the field which the interaction of these two leads to the plasmatic control of the phosphor in the intestine and in
Como nuestro tálamo y hipotálamo controla toda esta relación de estos elementos para ir creando los distintos entornos de energía que tenemos dentro de nuestro cuerpo. Como el fósforo y el azufre, junto con el cojon, se relacionan y van formando todo el entorno del plasma dentro de nuestro cuerpo. Cómo el ser humano va creando cada uno de estos elementos sin tener que comerlos, va transmutando un elemento a otro dentro de los huesos largos. Solo trabaja con la energía que le da a su sistema digestivo o le aporta al entorno.
And the division of these in creating and holding life. Man has no physical life if he hasn't got a calcium. So,
el ser humano no tiene vida si no posee calcio. Es la columna vertebral de su vida. Este componente es el que interviene en todos estos campos de energía dentro del cuerpo. Como las distintas hormonas que intervienen en esta conformación junto con la vitamina.
If you look at the calcium, it's about 40, and then you start playing with the existence of the carbon as an interconnector and sulfur, then you see how calcium is created out of the elements of the matter.
Como el calcio se relaciona con este potasio y el carbono y forma los distintos componentes que necesita.
In the presence of sulfur in connecting of its different plasmatic field strength to become what we call interaction with the phosphor to become the backbone of DNA.
Como el azufre se relaciona con el fósforo en todos estos procesos de la vida.
And in so many ways, you got to always look in the energy pack as a GANs, not in the matter state as we see in these dimensions.
Todos estos procesos los tenemos que visualizar en estado de GANs, no en estado de componentes materiales, físicos. Debemos trabajar con nuevas medicinas plasmáticas. Trabajar con el plasma.
In so many ways, as in the beginning of the teachings I explained, if you put what we call the hormone which comes from the thalamus of the body of the man, which is connected to sulfur in interaction, and the presence of the phosphor in the central structure of the body of man in intestine, we see how calcium is absorbed from any structure of the existence of the carbon and hydrogen, where if by just breathing and having the right structure will create this condition, then many of you understand in so many ways how
cómo se va relacionando el azufre, el potasio,
high blood pressure,
el carbono y va formando los distintos componentes que necesita el cuerpo.
only you need is 2 hydrogen. These two gives you 32. The 6 gives you 38. And gives you the 4, which is the acid. And
Cómo todo esto va sumando al
of the field is strength
potasio, 40, los distintos elementos, cómo se relacionan unos con otros.
to create elements in combination of the field interaction of the body, from the phosphor to bone structure calcium, and
Como
in
el,
addition to another combination of oxygen on a third level will lead to creation of iron.
como cada componente va agregándose para conformar los distintos elementos
He uses
más
the
pesados
combination of the easiest present
en la tabla periódica.
particles of amino acid by creating different pressures and field forces we call hormones to create the condition of life. In so many ways, mankind has now become very much knowledgeable in this respect.
El ser humano ha ido comprendiendo toda esta relación para progresar en este conocimiento.
Then we understand any combination, you add another carbon, or you add a carbon and a nitrogen, and you will come
Están comprendiendo cómo cada vez van agregando más
the other factors.
componentes del carbón,
In the
del
essence of
nitrógeno, del hidrógeno, para ir conformando otros materiales.
if you carry the knowledge which we have, you give me a hydrogen, and I can create with it music. That by bringing all the elements of the energy of hydrogen, field strength together, I can create.
Cómo todo arranca desde el hidrógeno.
So in that process, if you go through the process of number of oxygens and carbons or whatever, in the right atmospheric condition manifestation, you can make any setup. You can make any combination of that. And in so many ways, in the interaction of the fields, we bring this process and we lead to the creation of life anywhere in the universe. I need just one fact that from it, I can create any matter state in any dimension. And that one single plasma is the then you understand what we call plasma of phosphor or sulfur is interaction of the fields. That's why you have so many glands.
Cuando todos comprendan la relación entre el potasio y el azufre, cómo interacciona, cómo el nitrógeno, el carbono, el hidrógeno, para ir conformando cada material.
And then, as we said, in the world of plasma technology, the stronger and the bigger gives to the weaker. When you have
Como
a combination
cuando conformamos un centro de energía de mayor
which is the same again,
fuerza, siempre le aporta al que tiene menos
you
fuerza.
see the stronger feeling. You don't need a neurosystem. You don't need the blood circulation. Neurosystem tells it where to be, and the blood circulation it brings its motion back to what to be in the solar. The process of creation is very simple. Is man was made it difficult.
Como la sangre
His own lack of
es la que comunica
of interaction
esta fuerza
and the strength and collection of the fields. When you call it the cell
de
of
los
the
campos,
whole, when you
de
call
los
it
más
the
fuertes a los más
strength of the
débiles.
man, and in depending on where it is and what field it receives from the soul of man in combination with what you call hormones, which is the bigger pack.
Como la sangre con la combinación de las hormonas generan todos
It's very
estos
apparent how life is created
campos de energía.
or anywhere else. If our scientists who at the time when they made these terminologies would have shared the correct knowledge, the correct division and understanding of it, they wouldn't have hidden it in different words like hormones and vitamin D or vitamin E that we understood.
Si el ser humano hubiera comprendido todo esto de antemano, no hubiera ocultado muchos conocimientos en lo que denominan vitaminas, hormonas y otras cosas.
Our theologists created the mayhem in the understanding of the field transfer, and our scientists
Se ha creado
by creating
una maraña de conocimientos donde nos perdemos en esto.
the soul and the Holy Ghost. In so many ways, the lack of understanding of both has led mankind to the present time.
Cómo la falta de comprensión de todo esto nos ha llevado a lo que estamos viviendo.
Any other question?
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cash. We have Wallace
I
in his
hope I
hands
answered your question.
quite extensively, I'd say. Thank you. We have Wollaston up here with a hand up, so we can allow him to talk. And Salamia's after that. Also, a couple of questions in the Q&A.
Tenemos a Wallace y después Salomea, que están en la fila de preguntas.
Hello, Wollaston. Can you go ahead?
Adelante, Wallace.
Consegue me ouvir?
Oh, I think we may need a translator. Is that correct? Spanish translator?
Está pidiendo un traductor en español, pero no sé quién es Wallace.
Okay, there's Raphael. You should be able to let him handle the situation here. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Ok, Wallace, pode falar, por favor.
Antes de tudo, desejar bom dia para o Henrique, para o Sr. Cash, para você.
Ah, no, era portugués, no
Minha
español.
pergunta é se o homem tem entendimento de mudar esse comportamento na alma em relação ao fósforo e todo esse processo, se ele consegue mudar o DNA dele.
So the question from Alison is, if the man has this understanding of changing the behavior of his soul in relation with the phosphor, as you said, if we can change the DNA.
Cómo el ser humano puede cambiar su relación
You
de su alma con el fósforo.
evolve part of your DNA, or you can create different interactions between the energy parts of the DNA of your physicality. And in time, mankind will do that. Mankind used to be able to do that. We see it, we understand it in the application of the fields of animals, how they change their colors, how they camouflage, how they...
Esta relación, estos cambios los podemos ver en los animales. El ser humano ha perdido estos conocimientos, pero vemos en los animales cómo ellos pueden cambiar su color, su apariencia.
If you remember a couple of years ago when we got involved with the university in Ghana with a bunch of zebrafishes, the new cycle of what we call research, these fishes are transparent, and if you take the heart out, they can replace the heart, they can reproduce. So the knowledge exists within the DNA of the creation and creator. It's just that we have blinded ourselves to the knowledge, or due to the comforts of time, or in a position ignorance of knowledge, we have allowed it to be evolved by those who have stuck to it, or they have evolved it better. They have created a spectrum of changes. If you put the combination of all the creatures on this planet, you'll find we have a perfect life. And it's the true essence of the creation. The birds, which can change their color, the animals, which can change their skin according to the temperature and the position and emotion, the animals which change their organ as they wish, and the creatures which have the capability to reconstruct the part of the body when it changes or damages. Then we see we have the collection of the mind. It's just that, can mankind bring all this together to the benefit of his existence in the depths of the space and on this planet? If he exists within the dimension of the amino acid of what we call DNA of an animal or a being on this planet, so it is within the same structure of the mind. We have to learn to tap into it. It's us who has forgotten the path to home. Then mankind should be able to do, if you amputate your arm, you can regrow it. If you have a fear of a position, you show it with the color. If you move in the depth of the ocean, you can transfer and use the energy of the depth of the ocean and the heat to your own existence. And like, as I said, the crabs and other animals live in the depth of the ocean. If they can do it, we can do so. It's just that we have become lazy. We have become disoriented in the knowledge of what we carry. This is why I said, when we leave man suddenly in the depth of the universe, man will not die, because he has the path and the knowledge to the Creator. How can he die? If man on this planet has managed to, in a way, camouflage itself in the name of whatsoever, then man can camouflage himself in the space because he carries the soul of the Creator. And this is what mankind has run away from. And this is what we have been. In so many ways, it's us who have forgotten us and have forgotten the path we came. And with these teachings, we are go back there, showing you the light you left behind to show the path, the soul, the essence of creation. And at the same time, to be the light for the development and evolution of the next step. It's not that our cycle of life is the end. We evolve the way our past generation evolved to become us who are now. In the coming time, us and through our process of present life and our future generations, we create that evolution for our future generation to stand the new environments of this planet and the universe and the universe. This is us who must understand this process. This is us who have ignored the evolution of the science of creation and
Okay, it occurs to me that maybe Wollaston may not have picked up on all that. He put his hand up again. Maybe we can allow him to see if he got his question answered. Hello, Wollaston.
Se os cientistas que minha conexão caiu.
Sim, Alisson. Você quer fazer uma pergunta de novo?
Só mais uma. Em relação ao o que o senhor Cash falou que se os cientistas entendem esse processo, o que poderia acontecer na medicina se os cientistas entendem todo esse processo do entendimento da alma, né? Em relação ao que está acontecendo agora também, da pandemia, vírus, essas questões.
So Alisson, I have a second question based on what you said. You said that if the scientists understand this process, as you explained to us, what could happen in our medicine today, in a general view, not just the situation that we are going through with the pandemic, but in a general view in our medicine?
If you understood the totality of knowledge and part of it, do you need the scientists in the world of medicine to show you that? Or you already have found the answer to what you need to find a way to be the present and the future positions in respect to interaction of the physical body of the man with the energies outside of himself. What do you call these things? There are no physicians in the universe. Man is the physician of himself. If you understand the totality, we have created these degrees and names, but the true, what we call man of medicine is us ourselves for our own. What are you? Or you always leave it to the others to feed you or spoon feed you with the knowledge, what they understood and how to do what suits you, or you find a way yourself to the totality. And then do you need the man of medicine? Because you are the medicine and the man himself as part of the answer in the totality of your creation. We have given too much credit to too many meaningless abbreviations, and man has created for himself the same words. But engineers, preferences, and this is what I always say. Don't carry any function, because the title is bring the barrier of what we call understanding, knowledge, and meditation. You should be the man of medicine yourself and understanding the process. And half of the things you read, which so-called scientists have written, is all fallacy. So you're basing your knowledge on a bunch of phantom ideas and fake understanding.
Okay, we've got Salomia, I believe, is next here, and got Marinez as well.
Pois dos ensinamentos que os buscadores têm acompanhado, realmente a medicina, toda a área da ciência, ela tem sido desmistificada, né? eu entendo assim que muita coisa foi desmistificada. E essa pergunta foi em relação a essas vacinas que eles estão produzindo, né? Por isso minha pergunta em relação se eles entendem isso de alguma forma, em algum momento.
So Wallace is continuing his question. That he made this question specifically because our understanding now, we knowledge seekers, that the science is being demystified by the knowledge that you are giving to us. So the question that I made about the masks was related mainly about the vaccination that we are going through now. And if these people that are making this vaccination, they have any kind of knowledge about this that you are saying for us to develop this kind of vaccination to people.
As I said before, the situation with the corona is interaction of the field of given strength, and the vaccination which is being created and the process which is going on at the moment around the world raises a lot of questions for us. And in the coming time, hopefully, I'm intending to run them shortly, we'll open this up very deep. And as part of the Iran Nuclear Space Development Partner Technology, we'll explain on the protection of the governmental structure the truth about viruses, irrespective of what they are and how they come. And luckily, within the structure of understanding the totality, we understand we ourselves, if we call it at the time of anything, we are a virus to something else, as I said before. So, in being in line and being capable to understand what is the clandestine wishes of certain organizations to promote this situation, we keep silent. The only response to the present pandemic is the introduction of new technology, not a vaccination, a new understanding of totality that we do not carry a trailer load of vaccines with us when we get to the space because we don't even know half of them. Come back to create a vaccine. Vaccine has been created for the degree of the man and lack of understanding. As we read in the nobody has given to any laboratories this virus for them to test. I raised this one with the Chinese. I raised this one with major organizations in Iran knew that we don't have the certificate and nobody has the virus. Where is this virus? What is this virus that we have created a vaccine for it, but we have none of it to show you that anybody can test? But on the other hand, we've seen its effect as an energy, and so we have to understand it. So how you handle it, you can even handle it with different ways in understanding of energy transmission. Everything is made of magnetic field, and if you can match it, you can create condition of its replacement or movement. And vaccination is a bunch of materials or matters which is being put together that they tell us it does, and we've seen many, many side effects and deaths with it. But as has been said, we had recently listened that one of the first mortalities at the highest rank in the world taken place in the past few days with the death of Prince Philip of the United Kingdom, driving to the Queen of England, and they say he received the injection a few weeks ago.
Jan?
Has this become a point that even the wealthiest, more powerful men in the world cannot find a solution? And the solution simply through the trials, and as we see here in what we call the Corona report of Iran, which will be published in the next 2 or 3 weeks on what we call Amazon as a book, a full book. You can buy it. It's already there, but now before the promotion group, that there is a solution for every virus. And this is backed by the Iranian government. It's published, certificated, that it's allowed to publish the Persian version of it in Iran because it's produced by Iranian scientists. And is this the key to understand how to handle viruses in the universe? Yes, it is. If you read and understand the principle behind it. And in so many ways, a campaign will start in 2 to 3 years' time, both from inside Iran and through other organizations outside which work with the Fish Foundation to bring this knowledge out very rapidly. We have commissioned a company, and I was talking with them last night, that they will, in the next 3 or 4 weeks, once the promotion of the first book has done, the second one will go internationally public, and you will see the new structure in Fish Foundation interaction with the world community as a solution for viruses. And we've seen leading scientists who now understand part of it, and they try to understand the totality of it. But as I said, we have a big problem. People who read the article and they want to understand it, or knowledge seekers who fell in love with the basic understanding of the work of the foundation, they understood the gases, and they can explain to them the process of the creation to our scientists. Many of you as knowledge seekers who understood, who fell in love with the knowledge and developed it, become the future teachers of the present professors and lecturers, that they need you to put them through the first step of learning the knowledge of falling in love with the beauty of the creator, to understanding of what we call energy, which one of these energy types could be the love of the creator, which man cannot handle and finds himself too weak to grasp it. And we call it a virus, because loving is a virus. And when you fall in love, you receive a bigger dimension of healers. And what happened when we receive this virus because of the love of the creator? How would our soul with it? Would it give up the physicality to become part? Then what virus do we call that? Virus of the creator. So we have to understand the true meaning of virus, the energy. And then should not have any fear from doesn't matter what name they put on it. And then those who misled us with the name of the different misunderstanding of themselves with the religions will find out those scientists who misled us to create permission for themselves as a point of popularity and existence. As I said, this disease knows no crown and no vigor and no power. We face all this. And now we've seen one of the first reported that through or because of or connected to the throne of the Spirit of United. In a way, the crown king as king in the we call it. The king without a crown, as he was married to the queen of any other question?
Yes, Salamia, would you like to go next, please?
Hello, Mr. Kesh. Hello, everybody. You know, I am in love with you because of your science and also because of your loving and peaceful nature and your aim in your life to bring peace on this planet and on the soul of everybody. And my question is related, is not my question, is a relation, is a knowledge seeker named Mr. Ioan Ludoshan, which is an engineer of aerospatial from our Friday teaching. And he asked Alex, who created the unified fields, and I answered to him that the creator, and he asked me who created the creator, and I couldn't answer, and it's up to you to answer or not, but I promised to him that I will put you this question because he's not available. Thank you, and excuse me for this question.
This question could have been answered by you, not me, by anyone, any of the knowledge seekers who understood the teaching. It is easy to understand who created the creator. If you are the Adam, or if you are the Eve. And even the Adam came from an Eve because it led to his creation.
Yes, it's like Brahman and Shakti.
What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is the creator created from the field of the universe that in humbleness he has managed to create the condition that the totality of the fields of the universe or unicorns connects to him, to feed him, to become. To be the creator, to give, you have to be humble enough to be given. And to be humble enough to be detached to give. And this process brings very much in the coming time when mankind is more mature to understand the essence of the creation of the Creator. In one of the teachings in the coming time, I will explain this, how the Creator was created and what led to the existence of the magnetic field that in their interaction led to the creation of the totality of the creation realm as what we call the Creator. In a picture which we have seen with the soul and the field, is that it shows that the field of the Creator expands beyond the physical dimension of the soul of the Creator itself. So there is one question which I put all the time, and I put this in 1990s to two of my professors and my personal tutor, Dr. Shaw, in Queen Mary College.
Jörn?
And I remember Professor Leslie could not answer me sitting across the table with me when I was in the third year. And those days, used to be one-to-one teaching. The edge of the nuclear technology, where we sat, had no votes. We read off the notes of our professors across the table, sitting face to face and sometimes next to each other, because the diagrams had to be explained. But I put to
La pregunta básica que preguntó es
2 points.
si el creador creó todo,
Because we see
¿quién creó al creador?
in a different way.
Y vamos a la pregunta original.
If
¿El huevo o la gallina?
is
Siempre hay
expanding,
un comienzo.
what is expanding into? What is allowing it to expand? Where this expansion,
Como el universo sigue
this environment
expandiéndose, los
is,
campos de
and what
energía
field strength
continuamente
it has, that
expandiéndose.
it creates the field forces that dictates the size, the motion, the speed of motion of our universe. There has to be a containment that allows this container to grow into or to move within. So we cannot be the only universe, because our scientists, our life explains we run around at 1,600 kilometers around ourselves on this planet. We travel 1 million kilometers in this galaxy. but in this universe. But
Todo-
where does this universe expand
todos los
into?
campos se
If
van
there is no
expandiendo y
other
van generando el
universes to limit
universo.
its limitation,
Y este
this is the
universo
first
también
confirmation of the
necesita
existence of
otro
universe.
contenido.
According to the knowledge we have,
Por
and
eso
what
no
our
hay un
scientists
solo
tell us, if they
universo,
are correct.
tenemos
But we
varios,
see to be
muchos
correct,
universos dentro del único.
annual rotation,
Ahora, ¿dónde
we
está
have
el
annual
límite?
galaxial rotation, annual, and the rest. So, in this process, it comes the truth.
En todos los procesos que hemos estado estudiando,
Or is
donde
it
tenemos los
contained?
campos de energía,
It's
donde
just
se
rotating
empieza a
within
relacionar
itself. What does it exist in? Because it needs a container.
uno con
It has to
otro
be other
y
field
genera
that
otra.
keeps this boundary. It creates the boundary with it. The Earth's atmosphere is created by gravitational
Es
magnetic internal
toda la
activity
enseñanza
with
que hemos
respect
visto
to the
estos
field
años.
of the
Básicamente es todo lo
in
mismo.
what solar system, in what
Como es
universe,
abajo, es
where
arriba.
does our universe exist? And then is this
¿Existe
part
nuestro
of the
universo?
cell of anatomy of the creator? And so
¿Queremos negar nuestra propia existencia?
you're part of, small part of. And what created the creator? Where did the original fields came that led to the creation of the creator that we are part of?
¿Dónde aparecieron los primeros campos de energía primigenios
When you understand more
para crear al creador?
How I was created and how my creation led to your creation to lead to the knowledge of creation. But in the essence, mankind has to understand. As I said many times, when we teach, we don't teach the man, but we teach the essence of the knowledge to the whole of the creator. As we don't create favoritism that the man one day become the beloved as his love for the rich. In so many ways, mankind has to understand us as part of the creator, are part of the
El hombre debe comprender que él
but
es parte de
are
esa
we
creación.
creators?
Él también es creador.
The love of the creator, what we call the need. And then again, if there is such a position of creation and created, in what environment do the creation and the creator live in? That they can show the love and the confirmation of existence of each other. What structure does the creator live that he needs to create?
En las experiencias con los reactores podemos ver cómo estos campos, al girar, crean otra situación y toda la cadena de distintas creaciones, una lleva a la otra.
First of all, accept the unconditional knowledge of creation that is all the same in every dimension in the meaning. Then we come to the process of
Toda la evolución es igual, como es abajo es arriba, está todo concatenado.
Or did the fields of the universe led to the interaction of the creation of the fields that in their interaction led to the creation of the egg itself?
Como la interacción de estos campos, cada uno genera nuevos campos, nuestras nuevas almas, nuevos entes.
I was told, don't say you don't understand. I don't tell you you don't understand. It's just that you need time to understand the totality and maturity of the knowledge.
Necesitan tiempo para comprender todo esto, es muy abarcativo.
Thank you, Mr. Kish. Thank you very much. Creator is like a cup and creation is like the content of the cup. Example, like a cup. A cup is a creator and the content is a creation. Could be like this comparison to understand.
But where does the cup sit to confirm the confirmation of being a cup? To hold
Ella pregunta, es como una,
Is there an end to it? Is there
un reactor o una
essence of the
copa,
beginning to the totality?
genera,
Or in essence,
crea,
the creation of the interaction
pero
of the
y
field
entonces,
of the energy.
¿quién creó la copa? Está todo relacionado uno con el otro.
Are we part of the field who became the creator?
Somos parte de esos campos de energía que crearon todo.
In the world of understanding,
Somos eso, somos parte de eso.
not theology. Theology does not exist.
Toda una relación infinita.
Theology is man-made because he cannot understand the process of the physical creation. So he covered it in the midst of lack of his own understanding.
That actually brings up oh, sorry, go ahead.
What has led to creation of that cup, and what does that cup hold in respect to what environment? And it becomes the cup. It becomes the physicality of the man, which holds the soul of the man. Is the soul of the man the cup, and the physicality of the man water? But in that essence, what's the essence of the creation of the man in this time, place, and position and set?
¿Es la fisicalidad del hombre que ha creado el alma o es el alma que ha creado la fisicalidad? Es toda una relación.
Maybe some of you become enlightened to see the vision of the creation of what we call the essence of the creator. Where does it begin and where does it end?
¿Dónde comienza y dónde termina todo? Es todo una cadena.
Why does and where does the magnetic field come from? Does that in totality to creation of the planet? What is the true essence of creation? This is what I said in book number 8. I unravel this mystery.
En el libro número 3 yo he planteado todo esto.
Mankind will mature at the moment, mankind is stuck in that religion, misunderstanding of the which side of the stone to pray and which side of the stone to bang their head against the wall of the great wall. When mankind matures, bang his head against the knowledge of the Creator, and man might. Do we have to encircle a stone to show the understanding of the material existence? Or do we have to throw a stone to the way, dogma, the reality, the essence of understanding the totality of God? And in so many ways, in the desert of the knowledge of man exists at the moment, do we need a stone to, in a way, lay our head and pray that we understand more of the totality of creation by the stone and the rest of the rest. It's a long way from that. And if the knowledge of creation is every pore of the sun and the desert, man has not become a single couple yet to his knowledge and understanding of the planet, let alone the totality of the number of the sun. We pray that man lives in the desert of the knowledge, and that desert through ignorance, and in so many ways, what we see the present condition of existence in our midst. Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
You were mentioning, there's a question in the Q&A that's related to what you were speaking about. The issue is about the mystery being, in effect, taken away by knowledge. The knowledge that you give takes away the mystery. So the question from Paulo in the Q&A is, it goes through translation. But before I expected the experience of being from me, because it seemed impossible to know everything to make this being full. Now you reveal the knowledge so that each one can know all this mystery. This proposed challenge is frightening. A master had already said that the knowledge of science is as thick as a sheet of paper, while divine science, by comparison, is the size of the Great Pyramid of the necropolis. Looking from below, it scares you to have to climb all this. It was easier, Mr. Cash, to expect the supernatural, even though he was a scholar and not one waiting for enlightenment. So the mystery is over? The mystery is finished?
We have just started the first page. Mystery sits in a way in the lack of understanding of the knowledge.
Los misterios que nos han enseñado están basados en la ignorancia. Debemos ir comprendiendo toda esta enseñanza. Los misterios que nos han enseñado son para ocultar todos estos conocimientos. Estos conocimientos hacen desvanecer, desaparecer estos misterios. Al ir comprendiendo todo esto, no hay más misterios.
So nothing has changed. It's just that now we become more knowledgeable and we gather in places to see when the sun comes.
No hay nada extraño, todo tiene su explicación. Es cuestión de ir comprendiendo todas estas explicaciones, interpretándolas y abriendo esos velos que ocultan estos conocimientos. Yo agregaría, el que ha leído los 4 libros, los 4 tomos de Blavatsky, Isis sin velo, es parte de comprender todos estos misterios.
Every field in every position experiences different field strength and different dominion and dimension. So no one in no place will go to the same experience at the same time. But to be able to understand most of the positions, you need to have traveled many times. It's soul of the creator and back out again to be rained upon to understand and experience every single field and position of that in totality from the life of the community. Lack of understanding is the biggest problem for mankind, but once you understand the harmony and the pattern of movement, the rest becomes easy to understand it. And then there is no mystery, and there is no darkness, there is no lack of what we call creation and
Yes, perhaps we can hear from someone new here before Marinez. Adolgisa, I think is the name. Would you like to go ahead? Adolgisa, can you open your microphone? Might be mispronouncing it. Hello, can you speak? I see you've opened your mic there. Hello.
gostaria de fazer uma pergunta ao seu teste.
It sounds like Portuguese.
We have Rafael that can help, I think.
Hello. Oi, Dalgis, pode falar, por favor.
Bom dia, Rafael. Bom dia a todos. Eu gostaria de fazer duas perguntas.
Dalgis, seu áudio está bem baixo, você pode falar um pouco mais próximo do microfone?
Eu gostaria de fazer duas perguntas. Como que eles estão falando, os laboratórios estão falando dos exames, como que eles testam, e eles falam positivo, né, para o vírus ou negativo, sendo que ninguém tem esse vírus, né? E qual o melhor GANs, assim, que o Sr. Cash acha para usar próximo a nós, para proteção? Gratidão.
So the question from Adalgisa is about so in the labs, she's talking about the exams that people do, and the exams that we make for the virus now, for positive and negative. So how can they know if we are positive to a virus if they cannot see this virus, as you said today?
¿Cómo es que pueden decir los médicos que somos positivos a un virus si no conocen el virus, no lo ven?
But overall, from what we understand, no one has physically, no laboratory anywhere in the world at this moment is certified to test such a virus.
Ningún laboratorio en el mundo ha podido aislar y ver este virus. Son todas suposiciones.
So we are afraid of another hoax. But this hoax has a dimension and we know it's there. But how we can handle it, what the knowledge is about it to create it. We have been brought very rapidly to be afraid of the hell, which in fact
Nos han llevado al temor de este virus, pero nadie lo conoce. ¿Cómo podemos temer algo que no conocemos? La idea es solo infundir miedo. Por eso esta nueva tecnología viene a aportarle a este virus lo que viene a buscar. Y saber cómo relacionarnos con él, comprenderlo. En el futuro iremos enseñando nuestra relación con los virus, ya que lo único que nos encontraremos en el espacio son virus, justamente. Son energías, nubes de energías, en las cuales, si las cruzamos y se nos prenden, deberemos saber cómo enfrentarlas y cómo aportarle a estos virus, estas energías, lo que vienen a buscar para que no nos afecten.
Not to deviate from the governance. Let things go through the same process. And as we respect this position as evident religiously of God, he has asked us to stick up to the term that government is over, and we stick to and we abide by rules. And after 18th of June, when the new leadership in Iran will merge, the new
Deberemos esperar hasta el nuevo gobierno en Irán que tome el poder para poder enseñar esto, ya que el actual gobierno nos ha pedido que no informemos de todo esto al mundo. Irán tomará una nueva posición frente a todas estas incógnitas y estos enfrentamientos que estamos teniendo a nivel mundial.
About to be part of this time of their presence, time of knowledge that we can bring and elevate the soul of knowledge of mankind through the correct conduct and through correct knowledge, and not by mysticism and by fear. As I said, I respect and the honor of right of Iran, and it is request from all of us as Iranian citizens to stay obedient to the government as long as there is power, that we don't create deviation and division within Iran that allows the enemies of Iran to benefit by it. We stay solid in that position. After 18th of June, the knowledge in the true sense will be dispersed from Iran. National Defense University, which Kashmir has become part of, and in that process, we teach the new knowledge, the true knowledge in how to handle viruses, not by the means of profitability, but by the knowledge that Brazil is seeing in jungles of Amazon, in the villages of China, in the streets of Tehran, and across the world that we use in past time knowledge. Viruses, what we call energy packs, depends on the position, strength, and speed, create different conditions in the body of the man. And now we have to learn how to interact with them, how to benefit by them, and how to
Estos
to the benefit of
paquetes de energía que debemos traspasar, afrontar, encontrarnos con ellos, deberemos aprender a relacionarnos con estos paquetes de energía, superarlos, aprender de ellos. Todo esto para elevar nuestras almas.
And I returned to Iran to spread the knowledge of peace and the space of the Creator through the essence of Mitra and the faith and belief in Christ. Maybe mankind needs to go backwards or forwards, and we see that anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Marinus has had her hand up for a while, so perhaps I think you want to probably wrap things up shortly here, but let's hear from her.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. Hello, knowledge seekers from all over the world. It's an honor to be in front of you, Mr. Kesh. Actually, I don't know how it happened. I'm here, but I profit from the situation. There is a question about, which others have that also, about you had the picture design of how the, previously, how the iron 56 and how the fields of this iron, the strength of this created in this environment can change to carbon 12 or nitrogen or hydrogen. And what's the relation of this 56 or the mass with the number of protons and neutron? And can we predict what is going to be created as elements in this environment.
Master, I don't understand your question.
Okay, in the picture you
No
have,
comprendo tu pregunta.
pardon?
I'm lost in the maze of the knowledge of the question you asked.
Maze means what?
Can you explain what you're trying to ask? I don't know.
Yes. You had a picture just before, which the iron was 56 and carbon 12 and etc. When we create in this condition the field force of iron, which becomes the matter of iron,
Pregunta de la relación del hierro 56 con todo el resto.
element of carbon or whatever. I wanted to see how could we know what it becomes this field.
La pregunta es cómo sabemos en qué nos convertimos.
These fields are created out of packs of plasmas that the
Estos campos son creados de paquetes de energía.
the blood and the neurosystem dictates their manifestation. In the lymph of the body of the
Todo esto en la sangre, el hierro, acciona con nuestra parte neuronal, nuestro cerebro.
In the lymph of the man exists one plasmatic field strength, which is mainly on the plasma of the hypophyte, as in fact what we call deuterium, a complete cell. So as what we call the fields of the nerves and the fields of the blood go through in respect to the gravitational magnetic field, in respect to each other, they decide the creation of the elements.
Yes. Is there any way
in the world of creation, there is no fusion, as we've been taught. And this is the main problem which is fed into the world of the biology and chemistry. In the world of creation, there are plasmas. And in
la creación todo es una relación de plasmas. En la química hablan de la materia, la relación de las materias. Y este es el gran peligro de cómo atacar todos estos conocimientos.
All plasmas, in essence, are very much like a deuterium, a complete cell structure. And then, according to the field strength of these two, the neurosystem and the magnetic field of the blood, and in the presence of the field of the soul of the man, dictating what is needed where, it becomes that element in that point that's become part of
el hierro en nuestra sangre es la que se relaciona con todo esto, cómo interacciona con todos los campos de energía.
And the body of the man creates is from the interaction of the fields of the nerve, and one brings the current and one brings the field. And how these fields interact with the balanced field energy of the environment and the lymph, it becomes the energy of the lymph transferred into to become the cell in a plasma condition as we see the cell of the body. The world of science, biology has been set upside down. And in the world of creation of the atmospheric condition of this planet, Mr. Cohen, which is the essence of the what we call amino acid of the body of the man, has a fixed structure. how many of it, how they are connected to another element. We call it vitamins, we call it hormones, we call it matters or whatever.
Esta relación entre todos los elementos en estado de plasma, hay que tomar en consideración estas vitaminas, estas proteínas, todo esto relaciona los plasmas dentro de nuestro cuerpo. No lo debemos de ver de la forma de la materia. Recuerden que todo lo que está debajo de nuestra piel es plasma. Es otro estado. Son todas estructuras formadas por campos de energía. Fíjese la cantidad de materia que tienen en vuestro cuerpo humano. Las ínfimas cantidades no tienen nada que ver con la materia, es todo plasma. Es una relación de campos de energía. Como el potasio y el calcio. Tienen que ver con todo esto.
And then you move with the interaction of the small carbon position, you come to creation of the, what we call the copper and these are.
Aparte de los 4 componentes del aire, oxígeno, carbono, hidrógeno y nitrógeno, el primer componente es el 1,5% de nuestro peso y es el calcio. Por eso el calcio interacciona o trabaja en cada molécula de nuestro cuerpo. Al calcio le sigue el fósforo, el potasio, el sodio, el cloro, el magnesio y el sulfuro. El sulfuro tendría un 0,04% del peso del cuerpo. De ahí en más, la cantidad de hierro que tenemos en nuestro cuerpo está en el orden del 0,0007%. Como moléculas o como átomos. El 0,004 no, me equivoco, 0,003 de nuestro peso. Por ciento.
Yes, the opposite
what
side.
we call the carbon and hydrogen. You have the interaction of the oxygen in any of these, which is the gravity point of view, and then you look at the different oxides. Look at the cycle of the life in biology, in the past condition, as we do, then you understand it becomes very easy.
So this 28.
You take any of these functions, and as we always tell you, add an amino acid, and you see the cycle. How it reacts with the combination of the protein system. The biology of physics is very, very simple.
This 28, which you said it's selenium, is it the field forces or field masses? How big
It's all
it is?
field forces. We don't have matter condition in the body.
We have no mass of fields. I mean, the space, the space
I
of.
can't understand what you mean.
Yeah, okay. So it's just the strength of it. So each plasma has its strength.
Its own strength, yes. And then in respect to the environment of it, it reacts and dictates. The environment is created by salinity of the collection of the materials. We allow you to be created according to
El entorno está creado por la salinidad
We change the salinity
presente.
in a way we dictate inertia. I always call salinity as the inertia, which in respect to the field of the environment allows the manifestation of the matter in that. This is what the world of science has made too many names for. If you put the salinity as inertia, then we know how elements, how cells are created anywhere in the body.
And can we create?
Like you have a salinity and field of strength, which is what we call the inertia, and you create the sand on the desert, you change the inertia, you become the gold in the mine.
And we can create
in a way, the field of interaction from the plasma state to the matter state, what we call inertia, is the true understanding of the process of creation in the matter. What is the strength to change it, to convert you from matter to what we call from fields to matter? And this is what I said. This is what we see with sulfur. Around about 10. Because the next step, 35, 36 and on, will bring a balance in additional neutrons. Then become energy interactions. Where we see the chloride on this side, and we see what we call the phosphor on this side. Physicality, right? And the boundary between the two. Cleansing. That's what sulfur as a cleaning material in the body. Cleaning in a way, bringing balance between the two, which we're going to. Is a double agent, works on both sides.
So, you know,
proton in other states in balance. And maybe we see it in what we call some of the inert gases behavior. Not all of them. Because now we have to learn about the plasmatic inert gases which we have no knowledge of. We know inert gases in the matter state, but plasma inert gases which leads to radiation, plasmatic radiation, is unknown to man in the future. I use them in the first Iranian nuclear space reactors. It is not something new. If you read in the pattern, it's clearly indicated, but you look at it as a matter state, but look at the plasma state, then you understand. When we speak about matters like argon and helium, that kind of thing, you look at the matter state, field radiation, because through the interaction in the vacuum condition leads to the creation of field, radiation fields of alpha, and in some cases we can produce as much as gamma radiation to it. But the gamma radiation, the alpha radiation in the world of plasma is useless. It's so weak that it cannot operate, or it's too strong that it destroys. So mankind needs to learn new understanding of the plasmatic radiation field.
El ser humano debe empezar a comprender todo desde el punto de vista del plasma, la relación de cada elemento, a nivel de energía del hidrógeno original. cómo interactúa un elemento con referencia al otro.
If you look, tell me one camera, please. If we look at here, especially blow this up because of the teaching of
Yo te he traído estos, especialmente estos ganses.
this is the essence of the creation of physicality of the man. That's why you start.
Estos son los principios de la creación del hombre.
You will not be able to have arms and legs and fingers within the position. Here you have the zinc, which is the essence of the emotional field transfer. But many of you have never seen this because you don't produce it. But this is phosphate, the essence of the backbone of what we call the DNA. What this does in respect to what we call the CO2 and the zinc, and in respect to calcium and itself.
La relación entre el dióxido de carbono, el óxido de zinc, el fósforo, el CH3, todo esto conforma el ADN del hombre. Sin este fósforo o sin el calcio, no tienen. Saco este componente y no hay nada.
It's got specific characteristics. When you see it, you understand its fields of interaction. Its field in respect to amino acid, it creates different positions.
El fósforo, con su relación con los campos de energía, crea todo el entorno, la creación del cuerpo físico del hombre.
With everlasting life, that what you call the sugar of life, which itself is a carbon.
Lo que llamamos el azúcar de la vida, el CH3, es lo que da vida eterna al ser humano.
This is why I said many times, give me a skull and I'll make you the man.
Por eso yo les he dicho, si me dan un esperma, yo le daré un ser humano.
With understanding of the DNA, because through this phosphate, through understanding of the operation of the CH3 and CO2, and adding in interaction of the 2 or 3 of them together, I can create the copper resistance to the physicality of the muscle. I can create you any creature.
Teniendo estos ganses básicos, se puede crear todo el resto.
Scientists say a mouse is 95%, 98%, it's the same as the man, because we are created all of the same amino acids.
Estamos todos creados con los mismos aminoácidos.
If I keep on shaking and vibrating these two in, putting it out, letting it up, shaking it up, putting it up, laying it up, being able to walk it, I create intelligence and emotion.
Sacudiendo estos dos ganses se crea la emoción, la sabiduría. Por eso el hombre es inteligente,
and how we interact with composition of the material, how we position them in the respect. So in the universe, if I change, as I said last week, from this environment to the chair or this position, I create you another being, even though I have the same materials. So in life,
Por eso yo les he
we
dicho,
have to understand,
teniendo estos materiales,
because the magnetic field of
cambiando
this
sus
environment
combinaciones,
is
puedo
almost
crear cualquier
different structure.
ser.
The magnetic field of this environment is circular and different structure.
Todos tienen los
All
mismos
different,
componentes,
and
los
in
mismos
respect to the
elementos.
Earth's gravitational magnetic field, or in respect to the central position of the universe. Then it's very easy to understand. We can change these things. As I said, we go from the matter to plasma, or the plasma to the matter. How much energy in the field interaction and the field of the plasma we create dictates what kind of being we will create in the depth of the universe and in space, with what behavior and what understanding. As we say,
Todo depende del comportamiento de cada uno de estos elementos. La combinación y el comportamiento de cada uno con referencia al otro podrá crear cualquier individuo.
then we understand the process of the creation. We understand from the beginning, but in between, man has got lost the knowledge, or he hasn't had the time to gather enough knowledge to utilize. So, you give me this as a phosphor, I'll make you the man. I can create any amino acid, and I can create any DNA which creates the life of this
man. Thank you, Marinez. We have another hand up here, Mr. Kesh, although we're over the 3-hour mark. It's 3 hours, 15 minutes. How are you doing?
I thought our time was a 4 hour, that would do something.
Okay. We can definitely go for longer here, for sure.
Do not forget, I repeat again before I forget, that the teaching of 6th of May will be at 7 o'clock at night, and not the usual 9 o'clock in the morning. And we will carry on with our process.
Okay, very good. So we have Wayne with a hand up here. Let's see what Wayne has to say. Oops, just a minute, Wayne. There we go. Try again with your mic, please.
Thank you, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Oh, hi, Mr. Kesh. Thanks for the TV program. I'm enjoying it very much.
Oh, do I look good in it?
Oh, you manifested perfectly. And thank you. Thank you for that episode on Mitra. That I hope one day I can come to Iran and
Debo agradecerle, señor Kesh, sobre el episodio donde nos explicó todo lo de Mitra. Espero poder ir a Irán algún día para comprender esto de mejor manera.
Where are you from, Wayne?
Originally, I'm South African, but I live in New Zealand at the moment.
Soy sudafricano, pero vivo en Nueva Zelanda.
But you were talking about phosphorus and that, and I just thought I'd just share a funny story. A while ago, I would do this I would do this practice. I would do this practice thing, and we had a pet rabbit, and I'd sit in my chair, and I would practice just raising my my awareness, my level, and the rabbit, and I could see myself. I could see my hands were slightly glowing, and I knew that there was a change. I could feel it too, and and the rabbit. I was sitting in the chair, and he just jumped right onto my lap, and but then I knew. I sort of knew that I was on the right track, but that's it's a funny phenomenon that glow. It's yeah, you see it mainly in young children. They just have this this glow about them. It's mainly because I think they're still quite innocent, but yes, it's just something I thought I would share. But I also wanted to
Hablando de una relación que él tiene con un conejo.
about when you when you talk about manifesting yourself.
Y el brillo o la emanación de luz que tiene un ser, como las criaturas también lo tienen.
It's a stupid movie. It's about this guy that, he's naked. He's naked in the streets, and he just suddenly just appears there. It's probably not what you mean, but when you do manifest yourself, if you wanted to practice, like just manifesting yourself in an environment, like if I chose an environment where I was comfortable with, and I could relate to the emotion and the feeling of the place, and would you be naked, or would you just be a self-awareness? And if you needed to come back, you'd have to be comfortable with the two different positions in order for you to come back. Would that be right or wrong?
You raised a beautiful point. You raised a fantastic point from the man.
Tú vas, al plantear esto de si uno puede estar en forma desnudo, sin ningún tipo de vestimenta, ¿cómo podría ser nuestra relación? Has traído un tema muy importante.
Or do you just transfer and translate the energy fields which the soul of the man has led to his creation? The answer is yes. The answer is, in a way, you might see a bunch of clothes on the floor, or the field of the material you wear as a garment becomes part of the energy of the environment. But would you manifest in the same clothes with 4 legs and 2 heads and 4 arms in another position? There will be no. So you manifest as naked, or in a condition that your soul is happy.
El día de mañana, cuando vayas a un planeta y tengas que manifestarte con 4 brazos, 4 piernas, no podrás utilizar vuestra vestimenta que utilizas hoy. Te presentarás en forma
of understanding
desnuda.
the totality. We don't have clothing of silk and cotton or polyester in planet Zeus. This is why
No tenemos ningún tipo de vestimenta de poliéster, de rayón, de algodón o lo que sea en Zeus.
When we become aware of their existence and communication in line of understanding, we don't see them in suits made by Yves Saint Laurent or made by something else in planet Zeus. So, what you raised is the truth about it. You're naked. Not only.
Acá traes un tema que es importante, que es en tu creación
And in essence,
naces desnudo.
we travel with nothing.
En esencia viajamos sin nada.
In the essence of the life we see from the birth of a child, from one to another. It's not just
Lo ves todo desde el punto de vista de una criatura. Podrás ver criaturas deambulando desnudos y no tienen ninguna carga porque lo hacen así. Tú eres el que se manifestará como él quieres.
You may be frightening to me on earth, but what I know is your soul, which is manifested in dimensions and explained with a different field of strength. The way you look, I might fall in love with you because it's the gorgeous face and shape to be in.
Es vuestra alma la que se manifestará donde sea.
Maybe what you raised your point is becoming that on the global. And where we manifest, our soul manifests itself to gain birth. And this is what it comes, as I said many times, what I'm trying to wear a suit, to drive a car, being so much harm and makeup, for what reason? As I said many times to my children, is the wealthier you are, the less you think. Because when you are a poor man in the trap on the street, they take the body, maybe they wash you, they put in the coffin in the bed. At least you still take the dirt of the earth and the nail you carry. You carry rich, slightly more than what you came with because you carry some of the dirt, the coffin nuts and the bait. But when you're rich, they wash everything, they manicure you, they take even the last bits of the nail out, and it's perfect. You go with nothing. And so, is it worth fighting for? Is this fight which we see with murders and mayhem created by governments, by nations, and individuals worth at all? The second, the breath stops. There is no worth for the body of man, except to become fertilizer in the field of the dimension, creation for itself in itself. So, do we or would we manifest naked? Yes. Naked not as with no clothes on, naked that we have nothing but what is our soul to be open and visual and transparent. We become that.
Nuestra alma tiene que ser transparente, abierta, no ocultarse detrás de algo. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cash. We have a number of questions in the Q&A. Let's see if we can address some of those.
Did you plan to have a 3-hour session today? That's why you're giving me a hint.
Well, I kind of thought it was, but I could be totally off. 4 is fine, whatever you're able to handle and whatever is good.
I hear you're very happy with the noise and the picture today.
Yes, it's very good quality audio and video. Thank you.
And this kept great happiness.
It's pretty hard to do.
Very hard.
No, you.
From the comments last time or the time before. What we are doing.
It's important to have your voice come through clearly, especially with the teachings like you're producing today, which was very good. Especially, I love all the colors and the interaction with your drawing there. It was beautiful.
We have to learn that we are here not all the time. Just because we established the studio, it's not that I'll be here all the time. In the coming weeks, as I travel around the world, the teaching goes back. You still get the television, but it's still on the panel, but no video, physical visuality. And there was a question raised by knowledge seekers. I think it was from Germany, or what we were discussing with yesterday. These studios and the facilities we have is available to the knowledge seekers if it's for production, developing different things to be shown by the catchment. These are the assets of the foundation and belong to all of us. But we don't want to create the main competition that people will run into everything with it. The foundation has invested tens of thousands of euros to create this small environmental studio to the final one in the
Hablando de detalles de la futura emisión en televisión, que él las dará de distintos lugares. Traducir detalles de esto que no tiene nada que ver con las enseñanzas, si vamos al caso. Tiene que ver también con los que quieran aportar material para los canales, para el canal de televisión.
Use the facilities, make a booking with the Keshe Foundation TV channel, and say, I want to run a discussion between the Chinese scientists, can I use the facilities? And then, in very much so, instead of having a presence, we give you a full facility.
El que quiera podrá hacer presentaciones con algún científico o lo que sea. Cuestión de pedir permiso y se les aportará el estudio para poder hacer esto.
So you don't need necessarily have a specific camera or studio set because you don't have the facilities and the financial background at the moment to do it. Use the normal high definition cameras or what we call mobile phones. Use the facility of the Keshe Foundation.
Pueden utilizar todo lo que ustedes tienen a mano con sus celulares.
We have built this and we extend this into other countries. Mexico, what we call auditorium, will be set the same way very soon. That the Spanish and the Brazilians can do. We do the same most probably with offices in Tehran, where we allow more and more.
Próximamente en México tendremos también un estudio.
Time zone of China, in Far East, and you want to set up interviews in Philippines.
En Irán, en China.
But you'll be recorded in what we call the Keshe Foundation Television channel headquarters around the world to give you this facility. At the moment, we have set up in Linz in Austria, started in Mexico, Tehran, and China, which we have permanent offices will come into operation. And we use the facilities in Arizona the same way to set up that you can all use. And
lo mismo también en Arizona en el futuro.
And use these facilities. If you need to be present, to be here, again, we can make arrangements. Keshe Foundation might continue because Keshe Foundation TV company hopefully will be set up this week. Then we go into operation of what we call a lot of facilities which we provide. Any other question?
Wayne, did you have a further question? Mic is open there. Or are you done for now? Perhaps he was done. Okay. Just that handled. Kay has a hand up here, and let's see if we can bring him in. Hello, Kay.
Good morning to everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you, Rick. God bless you all. Good morning, Mr. Cash. Thank you very much for today's teaching. I must add, your haircut really looks nice. God bless you. My question was, can you hear me?
Yes, speak a little bit louder. Come a bit closer to your microphone.
My question was regarding the phosphor that you mentioned the effects takes place on our offsprings because of lack of the phosphor in a perfect interaction.
Usted ha mencionado que la falta de fósforo cuando tenemos creamos una criatura, un hijo, eso trae problemas, defectos en la criatura.
This is a simple version of looking at it, but in
Esto es una manera simple de verlo.
With phosphor and the field interaction and the salinity at the point and the condition of the
Donde el fósforo y la salinidad del entorno tienen mucho que ver.
It's not as simple as I'll add this, we'll do it. I discussed this with last few days with one of the Iranian leading doctors who works with the Keshe Foundation, and I was discussing with him with respect to the genetic modification and DNA damage of the vaccination, if it can be sorted. And I was explaining to him in how the physicians have to take a step to stop this, and we have to. It has to be done in the correct way. And we teach the physicians how to use these technologies to be effective for the present time. But it's not that I just take a phosphor or a sulfur and then I'll correct it. You need a deeper understanding and knowledge in how to extend it and expand. But in essence, it can be done. You work through the plasma, not through the matter, but you have to understand the effect and operation of a lot of other things that you get involved.
Trabajar con el fósforo no es fácil, porque puede estar en forma de plasma, en forma de materia. No es fácil explicar esto. Está todo relacionado con el resto de los materiales o elementos.
Dr. Rodriguez came near to it, and he suddenly deviated his path between more than his knowledge, and he deviated from the work. And I teach physicians of Keshe Foundation in the knowledge of the plasma, of the matter, and the plasma of the technologies. And this has to be understood fully by the physicians because they look at it, they understand it totally different way. And now we have a beautiful Iranian doctor who I work with sometimes when it comes to it. He's done beautiful works in the Middle East. And this is one of the topics which we're discussing this week with him. How to use the effects of these, what we call bases of the hormones to change the possible effects of the injections. And it comes to change in what we call DNA. But you have to understand the knowledge and understand it very well.
So, Mr. Cash, thank you very much. Would it be fair for me to say, so in future, all these people who are handicapped, there's way for them out, apart from the enhancement unit?
you got to understand a very fundamental point, and I do that with a lot of due respect, with a lot of understanding. It's not that you're handicapped, born handicapped, or with a handicap condition, but handicap to me is manifestation of the physicality, not the strength of the soul. But you have to understand that each soul is created in its conjunction and the purpose to balance many other fields. Why does somebody become physically impaired in different ways and shapes or conditioned in respect to the environment? What is to be taught by the soul to those who are supposed to be the people who get affected by it? I pass a person on a wheelchair with all sorts of diseases, MS, ILS, multiple sclerosis, or whatever, from the point of birth, whatever. What effect that soul has and is being created to have on the people.
Hay que ver qué carga tiene el alma, por qué tiene todos esos problemas físicos.
When a man becomes perfect, we should see no handicaps, because there's nothing is there to be balanced. And this is the process that we have to learn. And the people who cause these disbalances, they come to understand they have to balance it themselves in the future.
Cada uno tiene que buscar el balance, el equilibrio.
We got to understand the process of the creation. And
debemos comprender el proceso de la creación.
Or a speck of dust of it, we have to understand what is the purpose. Why some people become so horrible in their behavior.
¿Por qué mucha gente padece distintos problemas físicos o mentales?
What is the balance for them? They look at this minute and this moment, I do what I like. But what is
enseñanza
to the balance?
Que vino a aprender a la vida.
It's part of balancing of the soul. Then you understand why you call handicap, physical handicap, whatever shape or form, creates or created for the people who are around that person.
Tiene que ver con la persona o el entorno de la persona también.
Or mentally, we call impaired people, children, into orphanages, which is mainly done in many countries. The soul of the parents who left it behind still is aware of it.
También tiene que ver con la relación del alma de tus padres. Está todo relacionado.
And how much can you change to make life different?
Tú puedes cambiar.
Responsible for the soul of it. In Iran, we have at the moment a special case where I was talking to the people who are responsible for it in the past couple of days. Last year, due to Corona, knowledge seekers went everywhere, and they took over to help an orphanage with 100 children, for them not to get Corona. And we have been successful. We had no case of Corona 12 months. And in the process when
en Irán hemos hecho la experiencia en los últimos 12 meses, tratando todos estos problemas que nos ha traído el corona, y hemos superado todo.
We saw an opportunity, and as you know, with the emotional way the Iranians are, we decided we take this orphanage up. This orphanage is part of the organization of many other orphanages.
En Irán hemos decidido abrir todas estas enseñanzas, los aportes, para poder
supported this, and the carers are so loving that they accept it.
Lograr
developing a process.
Revertir toda esta situación que se está viviendo mundialmente.
And according to the head office of this group of orphanages, it was impossible that they had no corona in this orphanage. No staff, no children. Then we decided to expand in the direction of to see now we are.
Lo hemos visto en orfanatos donde no han tenido ningún caso de corona.
How we can change life for them.
Situaciones rarísimas.
We started the process of observing and supporting in different ways. We've seen, as you might have heard before, so many of them for the first time they came off Pampers, which is very unusual in the center. They noticed the use of Pampers has decreased so much. It never happened in the life story or in other branches of the same orphanage. And now we start concentrating on elevating their souls to education. It's impossible to educate many things, but we see, and the people of the team in Iran selected some, I think 10, to give a special progress than the others. And we have seen how we can change the life of these children. In a way, we cannot change the DNA, we cannot change the, what we call physical damages through the structure, but we see them, they become happy people. They start learning. Some of them are learning better than the others, and for the first time, they want to be educated. They can communicate. Children would have died in beds from the time they are.
Hemos tratado criaturas con todo tipo de problemas.
1 meter by 80 centimeters, because they can't go anywhere.
Lo importante es buscar el equilibrio para que ellos empiecen a aprender, a educarse, a controlarse.
We see the soul of the man come out of it. And it gives the Keshe Foundation to Iran a lot of pleasure that have we changed the DNA or we have elevated the soul to show its beauty. And
la cuestión es modificar el ADN o elevar el alma para que muestre su hermosura.
And we let the children speak. We let the carers to speak.
Dejamos que las criaturas hablen, que nos enseñen.
From the pleasure of seeing these souls changing. And would the Keshe Foundation technology would affect the changes in the DNA or changes in the what I call defects.
Y en el futuro veremos cómo estas enseñanzas podrán corregir problemas del ADN y el ARN.
Places are with it because I know being present there, we can do more. And then we see how we cannot take one case. We have 100 cases. Every child more or less is videoed. We watch them from the first day they receive cancers, and we have a full history. There are psychologists in the background assessing all of them. Then this becomes a base for a mass data for other, what we call, you call them handicap centers, we call them physically despaired. They are despaired. They don't know how to. Can we get them to live with themselves? Can we let them to express themselves? Because in this orphanage, we have from newly born children to the age of 18. So we see the full spectrum of change.
En estos orfanatos tenemos criaturas recién nacidas hasta criaturas de 18 años y tenemos que atender a todos en las distintas etapas.
With the help of the Sharia, what we call the Iran National Defense University, which we are part of, to create assessment of mental and physical condition by changing the soul through the strength of the field of the gases. It will be reported over years. I've asked, and we'll receive the annual report within the next few weeks, and then we'll see how much we change. We'll get the report from the doctors, we'll see the children, and then we watch them in next years, 2 years, 3 years. To me, these things are important because one of the first years I went to school, my first year in the school, I happened to be in a school that I could not understand, but a lot of people were the same, wore the same kind of clothing. And when it came to the Nowruz party, which the school gave, I saw all of them living in one place. I said to my father, what is going on here? My father said, half of your classmates have no father and no mother. we brought you here to be educated with the authors, that you understand the process of life. And in a very fundamental way, it touched destiny. And it's our responsibility to change this. And now we have technology we can get the child to move, to talk, to become independent. Do not stay very much. When I saw the first videos from this orphanage, it reminded me of the calves in the blocks I've seen in Holland. The calves, from the day they are born, they put in a cage, and they literally, to the day they slaughter them, stay in this cage. Most of the time, even up. And I said to the knowledge seekers in Iran, the child is more than a calf. He happened very much. And we've seen a huge positive move. The shaking of the bodies has stopped in some of them. Some start communicating. And it all has come through the introduction, understanding the structure of the creation of the body and the soul. And this will bring changes. But thanks to what I call one of the dividends of the Corona situation in Iran, we'll show this in the coming time. I've asked our Keshe Foundation team, which is extending rapidly in Iran, to video this and bring it to us. We are moving a lot of activities from IT to television and the control of the Keshe Foundation into our offices of Iran, where we have experts to start structuring these and making videos and collectively helping the Keshe Foundation worldwide to produce a much better network facilities. And I was assured yesterday that the Keshe Foundation network of the works will be unique in the coming months across the world. Be it of our education, be it of our broadcasting, be it our centralizing the Universal Enhancement Unit. This is a gift from the Iranian leadership to the Keshe Foundation, and thank them for them. And they're bringing the elites of Iran, IT, into the offices of the Keshe Foundation to develop one of the most fundamental structures of communication around the world.
Próximamente en la televisión podremos ver un montón de estos casos. Iremos mostrando toda la tecnología, en especial la unidad de salud, cómo se relaciona con, especialmente con criaturas. La idea es que cada uno de los idiomas vaya trabajando con material para aportar acá al canal de televisión.
Computer centers will become the backers of the spreading of the knowledge and technology. When I tell you we start teaching from Iran in the coming time, we are preparing for the international broadcast teaching worldwide, that the knowledge is shared, is not just taught. And the first team of this, what we call group, with the support of the Iranian officials and the internet, has taken shape and start working out of Tehran.
Se está trabajando en toda la red de internet para poder transmitir inclusive desde Irán y poder aportar todo el material nuevo que se está preparando.
See and follow their lives over the next 10 years, 20 years, how the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation has changed. Have we managed to change the defects or DNA, or have we managed to grow their brain that they move out of it, we extend the soul to repair the physicality? It is all getting done, and as I said, I respect and thank the honor of His Eminence Ayatollah family and the officers of the officials in Iran to provide the Keshe Foundation as a whole worldwide in such a
Sakash, thank you ever so much. God bless you. And God bless you and also the team in Iran who has taken this upon them, this mission for people who have got defect or kids who suffer from defects.
Bendiciones a toda la gente, a usted y a toda la gente de Irán que están haciendo todo este trabajo.
So many people in the world which have got all sorts of defects and disabilities. And we could, I mean, the foundation could give them a light. I wish you a lot of luck. And
we
thank
don't
you
need
ever
the
so
luck,
much.
they've been given a gift.
Yeah, that's what I mean. God bless you.
You're welcome. And your brother has been in touch with the office the past few days, and you're fully aware of what's going on.
God bless. I'll give you a call shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Well, we should probably wrap things up quite quickly here. We have 5 minutes left, and we still have our ads. Quite possibly, maybe one. Can you answer a quick question on?
We never answer questions.
Yeah, I know that's a problem, isn't it? We should just tell people to hold their questions for next week and try to get them in quicker.
No tenemos mucho más tiempo para esta pregunta, así que guarden vuestra pregunta para la semana que viene.
We hope you learn a little bit more. You became wise. We have an echo background. You become more wise into.
Estamos aprendiendo en todo esto. Tenemos un pequeño eco en la trastienda que está produciendo problemas en el audio. Gracias a todos ustedes, los buscadores del conocimiento.
As I said, my deepest condolences goes to the Iranian nation, who lost many lives in the accident in Iran, in Natanz power station. And hopefully we'll learn the process that we do not need to rely on United States to end up with such a condition of mayhem and losses.
Hemos tenido este accidente en esta
Hopefully, maybe we need to
estación generadora en Irán que ha producido muchas muertes. Veremos cómo se irá solucionando todo esto.
Getting everything slowly to perfection, be perfect every time and always. We might not be here in the coming weeks as we start our process of traveling around the world to organize and develop.
Posiblemente no estemos aquí esta próxima semana,
See you next week.
porque comenzaremos a transmitir de distintos lugares.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you, everybody, for attending the 376 Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Este es el fin de la presentación número 376 del conocimiento del 15 de abril del 2021. Gracias a todos.
Okay, bye for now.
John, en nombre de la comunidad hispana, te damos las gracias.
innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge in a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered, which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. Hello. We are the Kesh Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshfoundation.org/donate.